Good morning and welcome to the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors meeting for February 27th. Can you please all rise if you can for the pledge. Madam Clerk, can you please lead us?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Madam Clerk.
Announcements. This is a time for board members and county staff to provide updates of upcoming county events that may be of interest to the public.
Any announcements from the board?
I would like to make one. Mr. Chair, one quick announcement. I want to shout out to the folks in our road maintenance department up in the Arnold area. We had a pretty severe storm over the last 2 days, pretty icy conditions, and they jumped right on that. And I just want to publicly acknowledge that the road department up there and Scott Anderson on the Public Works did a great job. Excellent.
Any other announcements?
I first of all want to say welcome to a couple Calaveras staff who were in the audience probably for this first part. But I wanted to take this opportunity to introduce and welcome Michelle Patterson, who, if you want to stand up, Michelle, do a little wave. She had to bring, apparently her peeps with her to. But anyway, Michelle's coming to us to serve as the OES director. Mr. Downs, who was here for a short time, did return to New Mexico in January. We were very excited that when we did the recruitment, we had a very strong list of applicants, and more excited that Michelle was still interested. So thank you very much. We're very happy to have you on board, and welcome.
And in case everybody didn't know, our county council, Megan Stedfeld, and her husband had a new baby boy by the name of Reed. So congratulations to both of them. All right, Madam Clerk.
Public comment. Any item of interest to the public that is within the subject matter jurisdiction of the board and is not posted on the consent or regular agendas may be addressed during the public comment period. California law prohibits the board from taking action on any matter which is not posted on the agenda unless it is determined to be an emergency by the Board of Supervisors. If public comment is completed before the 30-minute allotted time period, the board may immediately move to the next order of business. If public comment is not completed during the allotted time period, it will be continued as the last item of business in order to provide an opportunity for the remainder of comments to be heard.
Just can you move back a little bit? There you go. That's fine. No more than 5 standing at one time in a row. Okay, Carl.
Thank you for looking after my safety, I guess. Good morning, Board of Supervisors, and good morning, County. As many of you know, my primary interest these days is the West Point Community Hall. I had a fantastic meeting with Patrick Martin, who's a facilities manager, on Friday, and we went through the hall, and we saw the deficiencies, and we also saw that the hall was structurally sound. It's just absolutely gorgeous hall in its framework. But the problem we have with it right now is it's uninsulated, and this wall board is less than a quarter-inch thick, and this suffices for drywall or lath and plaster or tongue and groove as the interior siding. It's not very. It's considered a fire hazard. We have Bill from the West Point Fire Department here who can attest to that. And we need this replaced. We need insulation, and we need the wallboard replaced with something that is aesthetically as well as pleasing as well as safe. I know that the board has had conflicts in the past, but I think this is a good time to give Jack something to do with his time. This is something that will not get you recalled, working on the community hall and trying to get, yeah, sorry, Jack, and trying to get the community and the county behind you. And I know that the other 4 board members would love to give you something to do with your time, other than, you know, what you have been doing. So I asked other 4 board members at some point to get behind Jack on this and to make the resources, the county's resources, available. I'll do everything within my power to make the let's say corporate. I'll go out there and beat the bushes for some of the things that aren't necessities, but, you know, chandeliers or whatever they might need. But as far as structural and safety improvements, that's the county's responsibility. And you do have the money. So, well, I have a little more than 30 seconds, and I want to talk to you about the general plan really quick. It's not going to be coming before you, the board, until after the 1st of next year, so you won't have it in time for the election, so it's not going to be an election issue. I want you to talk to Peter and ask him about the timeline on it, so you guys are informed regarding this. Somebody in the audience said I have plenty of time to go to meetings. I like to be first up here and speak and get out of here because I don't have plenty of time. I have to work on things that I enjoy. Take care, folks, and have a great day. Bye, people.
Good morning. My name is Les Olson, and I live at 2294 Taos Court up in Arnold. We are a neighborhood in Arnold of approximately 245 tax-paying cabins and 192 full-time residents to the best of our knowledge. We have formed a committee because we're not an HOA, because we believe there are life-threatening public safety issues that are in need of addressing. We are calling ourselves the Blue Lake Springs Unit 14, 15, and 16 Community Action Committee, because nobody wanted an HOA. Additionally, we are seeking to become an advisory committee to the Calaveras County for Road Maintenance Program. We have 2 main issues we would like to address. One is the urgent repair of the Murphy's Drive Bridge. The second is the ability for ingress of emergency vehicles and egress of residents on Avery Drive in case of an extreme emergency. It is our goal to become an agendized item on a future supervised meeting. Thank you very much.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Jane Olson, and I am a member of the committee that he just spoke about. I also live at 2294 Taos Court in Arnold, and we have written a petition and are gathering signatures currently, which we hope to present at a future board meeting and hope to be on the agenda. Murphy's Drive Bridge is a critical transportation and public safety link between the surrounding communities and the 317 lots housing 192 full-time residents of Calaveras County, units 14, 15, 16 in Blue Lake Springs. In the winter of 2017, a serious storm destroyed this county-maintained bridge, leaving these households and emergency vehicles with only a single ingress and egress route to use in case of a major emergency. This bridge/road closure creates an unacceptable risk to health and safety and is a life-threatening situation for these tax-paying residents of Calaveras County. We ask that Calaveras County representatives, FEMA, and related agencies prioritize this repair, which has now waited for over a year to be addressed, and expedite the process of funding, permitting, design, and construction of the Murphy's Drive Bridge as soon as possible to mitigate the consequences in case of a life-threatening disaster, with no real evacuation route that will work well, if at all, for both emergency vehicles and the evacuation of souls in that part of Calaveras County.
Good morning. My name is Joyce Perandi, and I'm a permanent resident at 2191 Grand Tetons in Arnold. I am part of the committee for Blue Lake Springs. I would like to address the longstanding issue of the Avery Drive bottleneck. The widening of Avery Drive is imperative to allow and facilitate the critical ingress and egress by emergency vehicles and the safe evacuation of residents during an emergency. Currently, I have 107 signatures on this petition concerning residents who are upset and want this resolved. Do you realize, as of today, we do not have an option? We have one way in and one way out. In case of a fire or an emergency, this is a disastrous situation. Let's make this a safe route. Let's get this topic on the agenda for the next possible meeting. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lawrence Perandi. I'm a full-time resident at 2191 Grand Tetons Drive in Arnold, and I'm also a member of the same committee units 14, 15, and 16. Our Community Action Committee of Blue Lake Springs feel that the Murphy's Bridge, and Avery Drive issue should be given top priority because it is a life-threatening situation. Due to this, the tax-paying residents of this community don't understand why it's been more than a year and the bridge still hasn't been repaired. This is unacceptable, folks. This should be made a priority over all non-life-threatening issues that are currently on the Calaveras County Board of Supervisors agenda today. And I repeat, all non-life-threatening issues on your agenda. We understand the hurdles this presents. But however, the safety of our residents is imperative that this issue may be made a priority, expedited and resolved as soon as possible. Due to the seriousness of this issue, we are asking to be added to the agenda for the next meeting. Thank you so much.
Good morning, Board. Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I'm going to tell you a Double Springs story, not from the 1800s, but from the 1900s, because the 1800 ones, too much detail I'd have to leave out. I moved here in the early 70s, and the best resource I ever found was my next-door neighbors, Bessie and Everett Parrish, in their 70s, and they imparted any wisdom that they had whenever they could. One time we were talking over the fence, and my neighbor Everett goes, "There's a lot of color in that branch yet." And I'm standing there, I'm looking, and well, it's springtime, but there must be some autumn colors somewhere that I'm looking at. And I said, "Now, which branch you talking about, Everett?" And he goes, "That one over yonder." And so I said, "Well, maybe he means higher, over the creek. I'm looking up the hill. I can't see any colors. It's all green." And I said, "Well, like where, Everett?" And he says, "Over there in that creek." Creek. He doesn't mean creek? In the creek. So now I'm looking down on the creek, and I say, "I still don't see any color in the creek." And he says, "Well, you don't see it. You got to go dig it. Then you got to pan it." And I said, "Are you talking about gold?" And he said, "Yeah, color in that branch. Gold in the creek." When I first moved here, I had to learn a whole new way of talking in order to get along. I had to gear down. I come from L.A., I was on Double Springs. There's gold in that branch over there if I just took the time to go and look and listen. And I find that there's a lot of gold all over the place if we just take the time to slow down, listen, ask, find out. There's gold in that branch. There's color in that crick. It's there for us to find. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. You really shouldn't have to have a bunch of citizens come here and lobby you to fix a bridge. Maybe we need to agendize the road situation in our county. It might be a good idea to identify the roads in our county that need repair and to what level they need repair, and also to identify the priority of fixing things in the public works area. I understand we've hired somebody to review public works activities for the purpose of improving efficiency. Maybe if we have that report, we should study it. And if we don't have it, let's indicate when we're going to get it, and then agendize this item to address the whole situation in the county for roads. They need to identify the roads that we have, schedule repairs, and prioritize which would come first, and then provide sunshine to what you're doing. That would prevent people from having to come here and try to lobby you to put something in a higher priority as something else. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm in Supervisor Mills District. I hope you're all having a great morning. I'm here again to discuss my request for the agendized item of Sanctuary City. I'm not talking very well. Sanctuary County. I think it's really important. 2 weeks ago, I did ask that we put the Sanctuary City on an agenda. And then the following week, President Trump said that he was thinking about pulling ICE and some of the, support that he gives us. And I really think that if we have the political will and back him up, I mean, this could be really serious. We need to think about public safety first. So I'm asking you again to please put Sanctuary on your agenda. I thank you, and I hope you have a wonderful day.
Good morning. Mary Beth Hospital, Cal Ways Community Outreach Coordinator. I'm here this morning to give you guys an update on the recyclables fee that's paid back to the county through our contract. I just want to give you a recap. The fourth quarter of 2016, it actually was just 1 month. That is when our contract was renewed with the county. We gave a recyclables check back for $20,371. The first quarter of 2017, we gave a check back for $56,600. The second quarter of 2017, we gave a check of $57,816. And today I'm here to present the third quarter check of 2017 for $78,102. The grand total that we have given back to the county today will be $212,893. And as you can see, the market value was obviously low that last part of 2016, and it started to increase. The markets are like any other market. Huge crisis in China right now, so the markets are very low right now and depressed. So just to give you guys an update on that, these numbers look good now, but these were 2017. So we'll be back, I think May, and we will present the check for the last quarter of 2017. We pay in the rears. The contract states that we'll give 90% of the market value of the recyclables back to the county. So,
Hey, hang on a second. Hang on.
oh, hang on. Okay.
Dave, can you come up? Can you come up to the podium? And the CAO will come down, and you want to present the check to the CAO.
Oh. Oh, a picture.
That's going to be on the World Wide Net.
Worldwide net.
Internet thing seems to be sticking around.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You know, can I just speak real briefly to an issue that Mary Beth touched on? And that's there's a crisis right now in the recycling markets, and it's all due really to our relationship with China and their position on the World Accord that they signed in Paris here a while back. They are not taking a lot of mixed waste paper right now because of contamination that they're just not going to tolerate. They've taken their contamination level from down from 5% to 0.5% because there was so much foul material that was going there. They've really cut off a good part of the marketplace right now. So we have a warehouse full of mixed paper that we continue to try to market. It's not a political issue. It's not something we can solve here locally. This is a world market. And, it's right here, and it's affecting us right here in Calaveras County. It's, world trade. And we'll do all we can to keep those markets open and try and find other sources in China and Vietnam and hopefully some domestic markets here in the United States. But, we're dealing with this and doing the best we can as not only as Cal Waste, but as an industry. We're lobbying and we're trying to, get some relief here locally. So that's my update, and I hope you make some good decisions with your newfound money, that maybe some of it will go back to some education programs as well. So I encourage you to move forward on that when you have a chance. Thank you, and appreciate your time.
Good morning. Cliff Edson, San Andreas. As you can see, solid waste is not just some simple little thing because we got a hole out in Rock Creek that people can drive and dump their garbage in. Even the terminology has changed so much now. This county has, about 4 or 5 years ago, was in some serious issues with the state because of our solid waste facility. There's a certain percentage of recyclables that have to not go in it, and which also gives us the ability to use it longer because it doesn't fill up as quickly. And thanks to Cal Waste, when they came in, they're all about programs and education. And they also, I don't know if you guys know this, but they have hired folks to go out to the schools and teach the children about recycling and about solid waste and the whole business. Now, Dave got into something I didn't even know about, world markets. So that's how big it is. We're blessed that he stepped up, I think, into the county to be able to help us out with that. Otherwise, we would be paying a $10,000 fine every single day for not meeting standards. So at the end of what Dave said was related to education, and I am hopeful that you consider that putting some of this money back into education, into the schools, because we can continue to fill up this hole that we have for garbage and spend extra money because they have to separate things there. And we are also scrutinized by the state, or we could teach the young people and invest in some of these young folks and show them the right way so that when they get my age or they get into adult life, they can make the right decision on what to do, which is a savings over the long run for us. So please consider that. Thank you very much.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments. Madam Clerk.
Consent agenda. Consent agenda items are expected to be routine and non-controversial. They will be acted upon by the board at one time without discussion. Any board member, staff member, or interested party may request removal of an item from the consent agenda for later discussion.
Any board member wish to pull any item? Any staff member? Mr. Krovitz. Item number 1. Any other staff member?
Number 5.
Number 5.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I'd like to pull item number 2. I'm sorry I wasn't able to get to you sooner.
Okay. Any other board member or staff member? Not even from the public. Seeing none, I'll look for a motion for the remainder.
Move the remainder, Mr. Chair.
A motion by Supervisor Mills. Have a second?
Second.
A second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Item number 1. Mr. Krovitz, Public Works.
Item number 1 is from Public Works. To make findings that paratransit service in response to requests for proposals 17-1021-01958 for the operation of Calaveras Transit has been determined to be responsive, responsible, and qualified to perform the services outlined in the RFP. Award RFP 17-1021-01958 for the management and operation of Calaveras Transit to the sole qualified respondent, Paratransit Services, and authorize the Board of Supervisors Chair to execute a professional services agreement with Paratransit Services for the term of April 2nd, 2018 through March 31st, 2019, with an option to extend an additional 2 years.
Thank you. I pulled this item because the time frame that we had for the award did not allow sufficient a time for us to get an executed contract in front of you. The hitch in this particular giddy-up is the amount of time it will take Paratransit Services to gear up to take on the maintenance of our bus fleet. They've informed us late last week that they need 45 days instead of immediate turnover, so that means they can't begin maintaining the fleet until the middle of April. What I'm asking to do is to table this item today and continue it to the 13th, whereupon we will have a complete agreement that we can discuss, and hopefully the board can vote on it to allow this contract to go into place as scheduled on April the 2nd. Questions?
Any board questions?
Mr.
Chair. Calaveras?
Mr. Krovitz, this delay, was it anticipated by Paratransit, or will this contract be going forth if the COG takes over Paratransit or takes over our transit system?
The contract the RFP was written to allow the management of this contract to be with the county or with whatever entity would take over transit, and in this case it would be the JPA that was passed by this board at the last board hearing.
Correct.
So the contract fully anticipated that transition, and the only issue was the amount of time we had with the number of reviews to be able to make sure that Paratransit had the ability to take on the maintenance of the fleet.
So Paratransit, correct me if I'm wrong, weren't they actually one of our contractors in the past?
They are our current contractor,
Right.
and have been for the last 6 years, I believe, or 7 years. So they were actually they're the only respondent to the request for proposals that we got.
I remember that too. Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Mills.
Yeah, the only thing I might note here is the actual agreement was missing, and I appreciate the CAO getting that to me so we can review it. Whenever we see an agreement, I'd like to see the actual agreement as part of the agenda packet.
I thought it was attached. We will make sure that it is attached before your next board agenda item.
Thank you.
Any other board questions? Not any public comments or questions? Seeing none, bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion to table this item.
Motion to lay aside.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills. Do I have a second?
Second.
Turn your mic off. Thank you. We got, okay, so I have a second by Supervisor Clapp.
Yes.
Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. We're going to take a 5-minute break here in order to fix.
Hello. Well, it's been doing that even the last time you were here.
All right, we're back. Can we turn on your mic, Supervisor Clapp, and see if can you speak? Say.
I don't know if I've been taught that yet.
Okay, we're good. All right. Madam Clerk, moving on to item number 2 that was pulled by Supervisor Oliveira.
Item 2 is from the Sheriff's Department to authorize the sheriff to sign an interagency agreement with the U.S. Department of Justice, Drug Enforcement Administration for illegal cannabis eradication from October 1, 2017 through September 30, 2018 in an amount not to exceed $45,000.
Mr. Oliveira.
Thank you. Captain.
Good morning.
Thank you for coming over. I understand you were given a little notification on this. My issue with this is due to the previous meetings we've had regarding issues and enforcement. I'd like to have just an explanation of how come we're receiving these federal funds. Is it an ongoing grant or special donation or whatever it is? Could you explain that for us, just for the public?
Sure. The Domestic Cannabis Eradication Program is ongoing funding we've been receiving for several years. We have to apply each and every year. It's not guaranteed. The expenditures are, in fact, restricted, and the restrictions are noted clearly within the packet. I was coming down here to pull this item as well because we received some potentially good news. However, I was hesitant and waiting to bring that up because the money, sorry for the bad pun or analogy, is not in the bank yet. But we did receive a couple of phone calls that they're looking at potentially a significant increase in funding. I won't say doubling the amount we're asking for, but it does sound like they may be able to double the amount we received last year. The sheriff's been working hard on the phone, trying to explain the situation Calaveras County is in as it relates to marijuana. So we have been in contact with DEA, made a request for additional funding, and we're hoping that comes forward. So I did want to ask that the item be pulled just to notify the board that we may have to come back with an amendment for additional funding.
Excellent. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You bet. Supervisor Mills?
Just to be sure, then, we're still falling in the same fiscal year. We're not moving it beyond the fiscal year. This was through September of 2018?
Correct.
So we're not changing that if there was increased funding?
Well, we need to get this approved so we can start expending funds. As it relates to when the money comes in, I don't know. We had this conversation with DEA approximately a month ago. I've had 1 or 2 subsequent conversations with them. The term for the expenditures, I'll clarify that with them when I speak with them, but depending on when that funding comes in is when we'll be able to start expending the funds. But we wanted to get to the board early because, as you know, we start our eradication season early as well, and we wanted to be able to utilize the DEA funding if it was practical or reasonable in a given case.
Thank you.
No, so, Captain, it's your position that the board approve this agenda item? I heard that you wanted to pull it. I want to make sure we're doing the right thing.
I just wanted to pull it to notify the board. What I didn't want to do is have the board vote on this and me have the information I had that we could potentially be getting additional funding and not notify the board. So I do want the board to go ahead and vote on the matter, but I did want the entire board as well as the CAO's office to understand, and the public for that matter, that we may be coming back with some potentially good news with an increase in funding.
All right. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, Chair.
CAO, you had?
I was just going to provide one bit of clarity on the September 30 because it is a federal grant. It coincides with federal fiscal years, so that's it's sometimes it can be a blessing and a curse on when they do that, because you have a little bit of overlap into the next fiscal year, but it also makes closing out grants a little more challenging when you end it at the federal fiscal year.
And I was thinking of zero-based budgeting, what fiscal year is it in, and when did you receive it, when do you expend it? So that's another challenge for us. Thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light's on. You have more comments?
If there's no further discussion, I'd so move.
Well, we got to give public a chance. So.
Okay.
Is there any public comments? Questions?
Gina Gonzalez, Angels Camp. I would like to, in my heart of hearts, say thank you for trying to get this funding. This is necessary for us to move forward in this county. And I have a question. Would this funding have been available if we had not created a ban? And when you apply for this funding, is this funding presented with a cost analysis of some kind of eradication costs? And that's it. Thank you.
To answer the question, the funding is available irrespective of the ban. However, based upon Calaveras County's semi-unique situation with what we've done locally with political governing bodies, we utilized that information when we made the application towards DEA. We explained Calaveras County's situation. In addition, there is a cost plan put together prior to the application, which is broken down. It's contained within the packet with which we utilize the funding. Historically, we used to utilize the funding specifically towards eradicating marijuana on federal lands because it was federal funding. However, based upon law changes both locally and at the state level, a lot of the marijuana that was being cultivated on federal lands was driven onto private lands. So our focus had to slightly change. So we now we try to utilize the DEA money for domestic cannabis eradication on federal lands, but we also have shifted a portion of that money to local lands, specific to cases that may leave Calaveras County and go elsewhere beyond the state. I won't get into a lot of specific details, but there's also some helicopter use that we utilize heavily during the marijuana season. So there's a spending plan put together. If we receive additional funds, we've already met internally and had a meeting to discuss how to utilize the extra funds. So there is a plan in place now, and there's a potential plan for the future should, in fact, the additional funding materialize.
Thank you, Captain. Any other public comments? If not, I'll bring it back to the board now for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I so move.
A motion by Supervisor Oliveira. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Mills. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk.
Item 5 is from the Administrative Office to adopt a resolution designating certain individuals in the Calaveras County Office of Emergency Services as authorized officials to execute applications and documents for financial assistance provided by the Federal Department of Homeland Security.
Good morning, Brian Moss, Administrative Office. What you have before you today is just as stated into the record. We intended to go ahead and get the signature authority for the CAO, the Assistant CAO, and the Director of OES for Homeland Security funds. What came up last week was the fact that we really need to do this, even though we've done it in part for the state. We need to do this for other grants as well at Cal OES. So what we've done is we've added language, and really the language is under the very end of the resolution. Now, therefore, it be resolved. And I'll just read that to you, and then I'll tell you what the addition is. By the Board of Supervisors, County of Calaveras, State of California, do hereby designate and duly authorize individuals holding the position titles of CAO, Assistant CAO, and Director of OES as authorized officials to execute any actions necessary for the purposes of obtaining federal financial assistance provided by the Department of Homeland Security, including any funds subgranted through the state of California. That is in your packet. What the addition is today is and or any state disaster assistance directly from Cal OES, and that's the simple change. But it allows the three positions to go ahead and sign those docs for not only federal but state grants. And I have made extra copies here for the public. Should they have any questions, I'll leave them on the podium.
Any board questions? Yes, Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. Brian, let me ask a question. In a statement that says officials to execute any actions necessary, that's about as broad as you could possibly get. Maybe you could break that down a little bit for us, what you mean by any. Certainly we don't want to do anything illegal or improper, so any is...
Well, and any time we're going to apply for federal or state grants, most of the time, I should say, really, we're going to come to the board for authorization to apply for those funds, whether they be Homeland Security, whether they be EMPG, emergency response, and the like. What this does is it allows, once the board has executed the agreement, it allows for either the CAO, the assistant CAO, or your director of OES to sign. So it's not something that would be done in a vacuum by any means. The board would be aware of what we're doing. It's just a process by which when Cal OES contacts us and says, we received your grant application, however, the person signing this doesn't have signatory authority. Really, that's what we're taking care of.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other board questions?
Mr. Chair, what's our situation now? Obviously, we don't have that situation. Who's been signing those?
Up till the departure of Mr. Downs, it was the CAO, myself, and William Downs. What this will allow, instead of putting names on, instead of saying Timothy Lutz, Brian Moss, or William Downs, and of course now Michelle Patterson, it'll say CAO, Assistant CAO, and Director of OES. So although we certainly all want to be here and don't see that problem, I think we kind of pigeonholed ourselves a little bit beforehand by doing name. Now it's no longer name, it's by title.
Thank you, Mr. Moss. Thank you, Chair.
Any other board questions? If not, I'll open up public questions, comments.
First, thank you for a good presentation on this item. One of the concerns that the taxpayers have is the strings that are attached to money that comes from the federal government, and for that matter, the state government. One of the things that we'd like to see, if possible, is to have full sunshine on any requirements, especially requirements that may affect the life, liberty, and property of citizens in Calaveras County. There could be restrictions during the cleanup, the Butte fire. I understand the federal government wanted to have the county confiscate property from people who had lost their homes for the purpose of hazard waste or something, and that was turned down by our supervisors at that time. But this sort of thing needs to be in sunshine, and the taxpayers need to be aware of any strings that are attached to money that comes from the federal government as to its effect on our rights of the citizens. Thank you.
Marty Crane. I do try to pay attention. I've been waiting for a call from Mr. Downs. Apparently he's not here. And yeah, well, what happened? I think, could you please explain that? I understand someone else is here, but it was like he just breezed through. It was wonderful when he was here. He was the first one to ever say, hey, we're gonna organize everything. We're gonna get our emergency preparedness together. And I just got to say, it's the first time any any emergency operations official ever thought, we could use volunteers, we could engage the community, let's call the volunteer center. So what happened?
Okay, I will start with Mr. Segala. As far as things being done, certainly in the sunshine, as he stated, that is certainly our intent as well, and it's been our process as well. Now, again, we all know that it depends on whether it's a federal declaration or a state declaration or both. Usually it'd be a state declaration, and sometimes we get the federal declaration in addition to that in the case of Butte fire, in the case of winter storms. We didn't get that with tree mortality. So depending on what kind of declaration it is, it depends on what the county's cost of share is. So the board actually approved an item today allowing us to apply for CDAA reimbursement through CAL FIRE. Okay, so the way I can explain this is tree mortality is a state grant, okay? 75% cost to the state, 25% cost to the county. In this case, the governor's office said we're going to put monies into the budget where jurisdictions affected by tree mortality can actually go ahead and apply for additional funds. In this case, I don't have that in front of me right now, that staff report. Let me take a look. $679,196 to help offset that 25% cost of share. So each and every grant is a little bit different. Our cost of share for Butte Fire is 6.25%. Okay. So with that said, I would like to assure the public and the board that we try to do this all above board. Everybody knows what's going on. Now, understanding that dynamics do change from time to time, and I think what Mr. Segala was talking about was probably naturally occurring arsenic, which was a hiccup in the Butte Fire cleanup process. But I think that was resolved as well. Moving on to...
I can answer the second one, Brian, for you,
sure.
if you'd like.
Go ahead.
And I apologize, Marty. We did do a press release after Mr. Downs left. It might not have been picked up as widely. We were trying to get his messages. And, you know, it was unfortunate circumstances. It's hard when somebody relocates from a different state, coming from state level. It was we were sad to see him go, but understood his reasons for needing to go. I will say, though, I think with Michelle's background, particularly with public health and emergency preparedness, that she is also very focused on how we engage and train our volunteers. So I don't think we'll lose momentum there.
So how we train and use our volunteers is great, but I want us to really think about the value of the community, individually and collectively.
Marty, you had your time to speak. One time you spoke. So
I'm just speaking to why you started.
you had your time. You had one time. You had one spot. Thank you. Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board. Any board discussion? Supervisor Oliveira?
No discussion, Mr. Chair, but I would offer a motion.
I have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
We're moving on to the regular agenda. Madam Clerk?
Could we take just a very quick 5-minute break to allow for the PowerPoint presentation to be set up? Thank you.
Diane, do we possibly?
All right, we're back. Madam Clerk?
So if you push your button. There you go. Okay, item 5. Item 5.
No, item
I'm
10.
sorry, item 10.
Regular
That's where
agenda.
we are. We're on item 10. Item 10 is from the Board of Supervisors to receive an update from the 39th Agricultural District regarding the county fair and fairgrounds.
Good morning, Board, and thank you for having me. I'm Lori Giannetti, if you don't know me, and I have the privilege of being the CEO at the 39th District Agricultural Association, other names, Frogtown, the Calaveras County Fairgrounds. And before I get started, I want to give a shout out to some of our partners that are here in the room. Our presenting sponsor, which is Cal Waste, they're here. The Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce, the Calaveras County Cannabis Association, and AMA is also here, along with representatives from the Calaveras County Sheriff's Department, all very key partners. Our goal today is to maybe give you a little bit of history that you don't know. Some of you know it, or you've seen this presentation before, and then to let you know, it's important to let you know where we've been and then also where we're going. So we'll go ahead and get started. Abraham Lincoln said that agricultural fairs are becoming an institution of the country. They are useful in more ways than one. They bring us together and therefore make us better acquainted and better friends than we otherwise would have been. And that was in 1859. And so that was at the Wisconsin State Fair. And so even then, the importance of county fairs was recognized. And I believe that our fair today has that same spirit, where one of our goals is for people to come and just feel like they're with their neighbors. We are corny, we are a hokey, and I'll sell that all day long, because people today need that. They need to walk in someplace and feel like maybe they've stepped back in time a little bit, and everybody's friendly, and so that's part of who we are. We are the 39th District Agricultural Association. We're part of the Department of Food and Agriculture. We're governed by a 9-person board of directors that is appointed by the governor of the state. We are a non-funded state agency. And our board's mission is to provide a quality, events-oriented facility operated in a sound financial manner for the benefit of the people of Calaveras County. Excuse me. Here's a list of our board of directors. Gay Callan, she's from Esmeralda Valley. If you don't know where that is, that's where Angels Camp becomes San Andreas down Dogtown Road. Taliba Al-Rafiq, she's our board vice president, McCallum Hill Mountain Ranch. Bob Trincaro, immediate past president. Kathy Campbell's from San Andreas. Evan Garamendi, McCallum Hill. Gloria Grimes, West Point, Wilseyville. Darren Mills, Murphys. Steve Wooster, Copperopolis. This is the first time this particular board of directors where I feel the governors did a very good job geographically to represent our county. We have a board liaison, Tim Follendorf, and he's our operations liaison, and he's from Angels Camp. Our history, our earliest fair dates back to 1893, and we actually have those minutes in our safe at the fairgrounds. So we are one of the longest events in the state. Interesting facts about the fair of 1893, it was held in Copperopolis. So the property as we know it now as Frogtown didn't exist, and they would send it out to bid, and according to the minutes, they were looking for inducements, whatever that's supposed to mean. And so there were some things. There had to be lodging. There had to be a horse track. That was super important. And that first fair was funded by our board of directors at that time. And each board member put up $450. In today's money, that's about $25,000. Just so you know, I asked my board, they said no. And it was held in the fall. And fairs were often held in the fall because produce was ready then. Then in 1865, Mark Twain wrote The Celebrated Jumping Frog of Calaveras County. In 1928, Angels Camp held our first, what we call our modern day frog jump. That first frog jump, the frog jumped 3 feet. And there was a reason for that because everybody gathered around. And it was actually on a table. And I got this information from a recording I have by Whiskers Bill. That was his name, honest. And he was actually at that first frog jump. And in 1938, it folded into the fair, and then it moved to May. The frog jump was a spring event, and the fair was a fall event. It kind of went back and forth, but eventually it settled on the third weekend in May. This is actually a photo of when it was in Angels Camp. This is actually from our family photos, my husband's family. My father-in-law, who's not with us anymore, he was born in 1909. He actually always referred to it as the Jubilee. That's what they called it. There wasn't a fair or frog jump in 1933 because of the Depression. And so some other key historical dates. In 1940, we had our first fair manager. C.T. Mills stepped off the board and became our first fair manager. Interesting, Darren Mills, who serves on our boards today, that is his great-great-grandfather. 1943, we were part of the post-war building program. If you've seen our buildings, that makes sense to you. 1943. 1950s, the fair and the frog jump started receiving national recognition. In 62, our barns and our airstrip was built. The airstrip was really key for the rodeo that was to come. The airstrip is still there. We actually today have livestock camping on it. And what you know as the ranch house was actually the hangar. In 1971, there was trouble in what we call trouble in paradise. That's when we had the trouble with the Hells Angels. 1986, Lee Judici and Rosie the Riveter set the world's record, which is 21 feet, 5 3/4 inches, and it still holds today. In 91, the first woman CEO is hired. In 2006, this is where it's not as pleasant history. Our fair begins to run in the red. And in 2008, we had a carnival ride collapse. But as Calaveras County, when somebody, family is in crisis or our community's in crisis, often great things are born from that. And what was born from that ride collapse and our trouble was Friends of the Fair. Friends of the Fair is our 501c3, our foundation arm. They have done wonderful things, and they were actually born out of that turbulent time. In 2010, the fair ended the year with a 24% reserve. And in 2011, the state cut all funding. We were partially funded. We got a little bit of funding, but in 2011, all that funding went away. Not only did our funding go away, our other perks or help we got from the division. There used to be a huge division at fairs and expositions. It went down to 2 people as part of the governor's cuts. And so they used to pay for our audit. They paid our unemployment insurance. There was major maintenance plans where you could get help with the facility. All of that went away. And then in 2011, I also became the CEO. Good timing for me. But then in 2012, we did end the year with a positive reserve, a small one, but we had gone from -24 to a positive 6% in the period of 2 years with no funding from the state. How did we do that? We had a brave and dedicated board of directors, people who were willing to make the tough decisions and the hard decisions, and they did it. We have a community who wasn't going to let the fair go away, that wasn't going to let this tradition from 1893 just go. Friends of the Calaveras County Fair, I can't say enough about how important they are. They actually started working hand in hand with our DA Board of Directors and have accomplished many things. Some of the things they have accomplished is the ranch house, underground power, new roofs, sewer repairs, equipment for maintenance, vehicles for maintenance, road repairs, and much more. That's a picture of Gladys Dillashaw, and she actually retired from volunteering this year. And she's been with the fair for a really long time. I just love that photo of her. Some ways that Friends of the Fair make their money. They have a pot of gold raffle, where you can win $10,000 on Sunday night, and Thursday, Friday, and Saturday you can win $1,000. They also raffle off the opportunity to drive a derby car. Yes, if that's on your bucket list, you can do that there. They also competitively bid our alcohol concessions. So we are a state agency, so it's not like I can just call them up and say, I want you to serve alcohol. They had to go through the entire bid process just like anybody else would. These are just some fun photos. This is Mark Fisher when he is an exhibitor, and he's actually an auctioneer for us now. That's the little boy with the fishing pole is one of our board of directors, and that's a former director, Doug Josie, on the with holding that squatty steer. Okay, September 2015, and this was a couple of years ago, but this is just something to remember. Fairgrounds, in response to the Butte fire, becomes a catastrophic event center, and we all learned so much from this. And the reason I want to bring this up is because from our experience, as I choose to live my life, good always comes from bad. We debriefed with a lot of folks. We had meetings with the CEO of the Red Cross. We had meetings with environmental health and with animal services and social services, and bringing all our players together, and worked with Rebecca Callan on interagency agreements and those kinds of things. Why was that important? Because we became a template, right, for other fairgrounds. And in 2017, at one time, 18 fairgrounds were deployed. So we were sharing our information. We had done presentations at managers' conferences. We have contracts and other things that we can give state agencies and give the governor's office. So for the next set of folks, it's not as hard as it was for us. We continue with that response plan. In December, we met with Will Downs and walked the facility and had animal services there, and our folks who, in the case of another disaster, would be evacuating animals. And so these are the things we continue to do to build. And because of this, the governor's attitude has changed a little bit in his administration, because he's looking at us now more than a fair. He's looking at us as really a tool that the state needs, and we're looked at fairgrounds now. And I have to say that during our experience, the governor's office was really great. They called constantly, seeing how we were, very engaged, very involved. So something good came out of something that wasn't so great, and we were able to share the information that we gleaned by working with all of our partners. So in 2015, our last economic data, the fair generated $7.7 million in spending activity. That's a lot of money. So as I like to say, the frog is an economic engine. If you're from Calaveras, you see frogs here, frogs there, frogs everywhere. There's a reason for that. It's because that's what we're known for. Which brings us to Vision 2020. Vision 2020 is our strategic planning group that is meant to get some things done, some improvements that would benefit the facility done by the year 2020. And what's different about this group, and it was really developed by Bob Trincaro, one of our board of directors, is it has some fair people, but it has a lot of just community partners. CAL FIRE, Dignity Health, the Chamber, the City of Angels Camp, the Sheriff, Supervisor Garamendi, Friends of the Fair, the Visitors Bureau, Cal Waste, the State Senate and Assembly, Ironstone Vineyards, of course, Tim Follendorf, and then some of our Fair Committee people, our JLC, our Frog Jump. So the idea of this was to bring folks together who were stakeholders, who could see the big picture beyond the fair, and where are we going, what can we do, how can we fund it. So we have identified some future projects, and they would have to be based on three things: the revenue generation and return on investment, the aesthetic value, and if it was an improvement to the infrastructure. And then we need to acquire funding, grants, Friends of the Fair, the state. Our future projects include our ranch house meeting room, heating and air for Mark Twain Hall, a wall treatment for Mark Twain Hall, outdoor kitchen areas at Becky Thatcher Hall and the Cattleman's area. And long-term, we need to do something about our roads and improve our sewer system. So what some of you might not know, after the Butte fire, our infrastructure was old, and after that impact for so many days, we lost the entire underground high voltage system. It was like the next day. And our sewer, we had issues with our sewer system. So those are things that we're looking at grants. We're working with the City of Angels. We are your facility. If something goes wrong, we're going to have to go. We're really the only place you can go. So we feel the state, the city, and the county need to work together to improve our infrastructure, to make sure that we have all the pieces in place so when something does happen, we don't have a sewer system that fails. We don't lose our power system. The interesting thing about the fairgrounds is the 39th District owns the, which is the state of California, but they own the power, they own they own the sewer. I didn't know I needed to be a sewer manager. That's something completely different. We have our own sewer holding pond at the fairgrounds. We actually now have a contract with the City of Angels to manage that for us. We own all the underground water. So, if the power goes out, I can't call PG&E. They're like, yeah, you own it. Great, awesome. So we are working through and learning all the time. The property was put together in pieces. It was piecemealed. So, they bought the Stickle Ranch, and then, a piece from Rolari's, and then a piece from Arola's, and all of that. And there's no as-builds. So, as we find a water line, and you can probably guess how we find them, they either explode from the ground or we're digging somewhere, we map it because we're trying to build as-builds as we can. Our present and our future, Bob Trinchero said to me once, he said, we're only really stewards of both the facility and the event. It doesn't belong to me, and it doesn't belong to our board of directors. It belongs to the county and to the citizens of Calaveras County, and it has since 1893. And that's a pretty long legacy. And there's a huge responsibility with that. In 2017, we were able to invest in the facility and make significant repairs. Between the DAA and the Friends of the Fair, we invested over $100,000 into the fairgrounds last year. And some of it was planned, some of it was unplanned because things break. It's an old facility. Our junior livestock auction topped $675,000. That all goes back to the youth of our community. For a community our size and a fair our size, that's huge. Our fair attendance was 39,428, and we're hoping to get that to 40,000. Now we have a small year-round staff, which is awesome. We hosted many new events at the fairgrounds, and the fair and the Friends of the Fair are working hard on the facility. We ended the year 2017 with a 16.6 reserve, which includes depreciation and our pension liability expense. So, like the county, we're responsible for pension liability, and we have to report that in our financials. So where are we in 2018? We're going frog wild. It's a crazy, crazy logo, but I love it. Our fair dates are May 17th through the 20th. And public safety has really been something that we're working really hard with. What we did in January is we brought in all of our law enforcement partners, the CHP, the sheriff, and also the City of Angels Camp. And we went through our whole facility and tried to figure out, okay, where are we vulnerable? I mean, it's a different day. And so between those three agencies, they made some recommendations for some changes that we will be making at the facility to increase our public safety. And also we're going through some training with the sheriff in the City of Angels in April. It's called Alice Training, and it's so that if we had an act of terrorism or something like that, that the facility plan will meet with the sheriff's plan, and we're all on the same page. So we've been working really hard on that, and we appreciate our community partners have been helping us with that. It's huge. And and then we will also be doing a walkthrough with our SWAT team, because it's just really important to us to be prepared and not paranoid, but just be prepared. And so I really want to, again, on behalf of our board, thank our law enforcement partners who are really coming alongside us and saying, okay, this is what we need to do. This is how we're going to train you. And, these are the things where you're vulnerable. So it's also the 90th anniversary of the modern day frog jump. So we're going to be having a birthday party on Kids Day. Cupcakes, party favors. It's going to be a lot of fun. And our tickets are on sale right now at frogtown.org. So let's go to myths. I always like to do this because it's just kind of fun. Are we funded by tax dollars? No, we're not. We were created as a district, and when I read all the old minutes, and Bob Trincaro's read them with me, and one of our directors, it sounds like we're supposed to be like a fire district in the beginning. And somehow we got morphed into a state agency, which was, I guess, okay, except for there was never really a funding mechanism. So in the 30s, we started getting funded by horse racing a little bit. And then in 1989, they started receiving revenue on taxes from satellite wagering. We were always partially funded. We were never completely funded. 2009, we were funded out of the general fund, again, just a very small portion. 2011, our funding was cut completely. In 2019, there was just a bill passed in the last legislative session that we will be partially funded on gross sales generated at fairgrounds. Doesn't sound like it'd be much, right? But some fairgrounds have commercial entities on them, like Lowe's. That all counts. And it's the whole entire fair system. It's just not, the little fairs or the big fairs. It's everybody's sales tax. Then it'll be allocated to fairs by size. So that's how funding is looking going forward. Biker gangs frequent the fair? No, haven't seen them. Been here 20 years. We do have some bikes, and we've never had any activity. Although there's a great motorcycle shop in Murphy's that has a fabulous shirt every year. So we don't have gangs, but we have a shirt. And they're a wonderful partner for us. The red-legged frog was in Twain's story. Well, Mark Twain's story is a work of fiction, although local legend says that he overheard it in Ross Coon's Tavern in Angels Camp. I did some research and called the Mark Twain Institute, and they said they think that he ripped it off from Greek mythology. So, but it really is a fictional story. So to pinpoint that it was any type of frog to me is the same as saying that the breadcrumbs that Hansel and Gretel dropped were rye and not French. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. So there is really we don't have any data that supports that claim. We eat frog legs after the jump. No, we don't. And this is a quote that Ray Callahan, who's passed away now, he was a fair manager for 20 years at the fairgrounds. He said, "We don't bite the leg that feeds us," which I think is really funny. But, and questions? Any questions for me? Any questions? No
Any more questions? Supervisor Mills.
I've seen your presentation before, and I already asked the questions, so I don't need to do it again. Thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira, are your lights on?
Question. So, fair is still run by the state fair board, although they don't provide funding, right?
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
The fair, is it still run by the state fair board, or is that governing body completely removed?
The question is the fair still ran by the state?
Or governed by the state?
Governed by, yes. I work for a board of directors that is appointed by the state.
Okay. Mm-hmm. And is it a taxable entity?
Our vendors pay where's Leslie when I need her? Possessor interest tax. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Someone help me out here.
Mm-hmm.
Possessor, wow. Anyway,
So
Leslie knows.
Mike,
The assessor
the basis
knows.
for asking that question, if you make $7.7 million, do you have to pay state tax or
No,
federal
that's
tax on it?
trickle out spending
Okay.
activity.
Do you have
in
to
the
pay
county.
state tax or federal tax on your earnings?
No, we're a state agency.
Okay, so you're state exempt.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Yes. But our vendors pay tax to the county.
you. All right.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Lori, thank you, as always,
Yeah.
coming presenting here. And you do just an amazing job at the fair. And Friends of the Fair, the things that they've been able to accomplish along with your board, it's spectacular. I remember talking with you in 2011.
Yeah.
And it was pretty scary. And I truly wish I had more time to give on the 2020 project, which is really great. I think your point you made about us all being stewards of the fair is really germane. I mean, generations before and generations after, I hope we'll enjoy our hokey fair,
Yes.
but that we truly love. But I think as a county, we need to start thinking, and I wish Michelle was still here, our new OAS director, because we really do need to harden the infrastructure of that. That is a great place to go have fun, but when it hits the fan, that's where we need to have the infrastructure, the sewer repairs, the power upgrades, all the things that are going to make that our bunker. We need to have in this community. And I hope that this board and we seek out grants, we find ways to fund it and really harden that, because it's not a question of if, but when we have another disaster. And we will all be at the fairgrounds and hoping that that sewer system's working and we don't end up being the people who only think about leaks in their roof when it's raining.
Yes.
So thank you for all the work you do. And I think we have a role to play in trying to help and partner the fairgrounds harden their infrastructure too.
Thank you.
I echo Supervisor Garamendi's thoughts and statements. Lori, you do a great job out there.
Thank
Really
you.
appreciate it, all that you do. People don't realize everything that you do, but you're involved in a lot. You're involved in the fire recovery, so you take on a lot of hats, and I appreciate everything you do.
Well, thank you. And I get a lot of credit for what my community does, so I say that humbly. I'm very blessed to be in the position I am, but I live in an amazing community, and we have amazing community partners.
So with that, I'll open up for public comments.
Lori, thank you for so much. I was on the CADS team when we met in December. We are using the fairgrounds, large animal, llamas, whatever it is. We are going to go see Lori. Lori is going to be the arranger and the caretaker of these animals for our community. We need to make sure that she is supported because she's done amazing things. And CADS wants to be partnering with her, and so we need our OES director, our new Michelle, needs to be with her. What you said, Jack, she bends over backwards and she does whatever she can with the little bit of money that she gets. She can stretch a penny 10 ways from Sunday. This woman can make a budget amazing. I wish I could live in her shoes. She can stretch that dollar. She will borrow from here and stretch it, not borrow it, but stretch it to here. This woman is an asset to our community, and I really want to thank you very much, and I applaud you.
Thank you very much. That was nice.
Good morning, Stacy Johnston, Calaveras County Chamber of Commerce. I've had the pleasure of working with Lori now for 3.5 years on many levels, and I cannot say enough about her heart, her passion for this county, for this community, for the communities that she serves. She has an amazing sense of leadership and an amazing staff and board that works with her. The Chamber recognizes the substantial economic impact that the fair has on our county, and in recognizing that, felt that it was important that we become involved on a different level with the fairgrounds. And so we've taken on the welcome booth at the fair, something that we're very proud of. It's very interesting, but we embrace it with a smile for 4 days. We see the vision of the fairgrounds and making Calaveras County a great place to live, work, do business, visit, and we also share in the heart of community. And it's vitally important that we join together in whatever ways we can to make our fairgrounds substantial in the event of disasters, because they will hit. They did. We saw exactly what happened during the Butte fire, and it was by the grace of God that she and her team pulled it off, and they did in an amazing fashion. I'm extremely proud to be a citizen of Calaveras County and know that we have somebody in a place of leadership within our fairgrounds that not only talks the talk, but she walks the walk. So again, on behalf of myself as a citizen of Calaveras County, and I know I speak for the board of the Chamber, Lori, thank you, and thank you for your team for everything that you do.
Thank you.
Nick Valente, I'm here for AMA for a future agenda item. But I just want to say, on behalf of AMA and the Calaveras County Cattlemen's, Lori's a great asset at the fair. And with Cattlemen's and AMA, we work with her on different events. And she's just a great hoster of events at the fair. I just wanted to say that while I'm here.
Hi, Cliff Edson, San Andreas, and I also want to give Lori kudos. There's not a whole lot of people that could do what she does. She's taken an entity that doesn't have any funding, and she makes it work year after year. It's amazing. During the Butte fire, she was thrown a curve and handled it perfectly. So, people moving in, people moving out, animals moving in, animals moving out. It was a pretty wild ride, I'm sure. We were all involved in it, but Lori and Supervisor Ponte at the time took the bull by the horns up there at the Calaveras County Fairgrounds and made it possible for, you had what, over 400 evacuees, and
We had over 400 animals, 300 people, 4,500 firefighters, 250 National Guardsmen, plus volunteers.
there you go. So that to me is a very good argument for us finding a way to support that entity. It needs money to be able to. The next one is going to have a huge effect on already an infrastructure that is crumbling. So that was interesting that you said the fair was basically started in 1893. That's the year my house was built. And let me tell you, it is no easy task to keep it in good working order. I can only imagine what a whole fairground would be. So I think it's really important for us to consider that. I think, you would think the OES in the state would have some kind of funding for these evacuation areas, especially considering how big it is, where it is, and how much it was used already. The other thing that I know the fair is really, really great and important. I love it to death. The one thing that I love even, I think more, or maybe as much, is Ag Day. that is the best event I ever been to, and you couldn't do it anywhere else except for at the fairgrounds, and that is so important for our youth today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public
Possessory
comment?
interest tax, Supervisor Oliveira. Possessory interest tax is what our vendors pay.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll close public comments, bring it back to the board. This is an informational item. Thank you, Lori, so much.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it.
And
Any
we
other-
will
Any other parting comments by the board?
Larry, Lori, you're aware that our chair has challenged the mayor of San Andreas
Yes,
to
yes,
jump
we
out?
have. Yes, we have. I have her on video, and he just told me his is part of. And then I don't know if you know that our sheriff has challenged the police chief at Angels Camp also.
Well, we have to
So
make sure
it's on.
We get to supply their own frogs, right? So
Yeah.
we could bring a ringer if we need.
Yeah, yes.
Expect to win, Mr. Chair.
Well, I'm looking for
Talk to
one
the
from
assessor. She knows a lot about
Ranch,
frogs.
Oh, they're kind of cold now, but we'll find you one.
Yes.
Okay.
So we will be here at your, I believe it's May 8th, May 9th, meet to jump frogs.
We're going to do it here, we're not going to do it on the big stage?
No, we're going to have your government center
We'll have a
frog
government
jump.
center, yearly government center. We'll be doing the big stage for the.
Yes,
the
uh-huh.
yes.
Karen,
Yeah.
all right.
Yes. So, thank you, and thank you so much.
Chair,
Thank you, Lori.
before she goes,
Yes.
one of the things, too, you brought up an interesting point, and that is that the coordination with OES and how do we facilitate turning your facility into an emergency shelter area, and how can we work from our side to help you with that? It might be grant funding, but it might be from other sources as well. So thank you that we have an OES coordinator that can now work with you on that. And I would like to see something like that come back to the board for some discussion, maybe some additional support if it's needed.
Thank you, and we would welcome that, and again, because fairgrounds were utilized so heavily in this last fire season, the Governor's Office of Emergency Services is really looking at fairgrounds. I have a really good friend who runs May-Dixon Fair, and she became a hospital for mentally ill folks that had to be evacuated out of the Napa area. Yeah. So one day you're judging jam, and the next day you're in a hospital, so it was really interesting. So we're really looking forward to some collaborative work between the county and the fairgrounds, and also the City of Angels. Thank you.
Very nice. Thank you. We'll take a 5-minute break
you.
to get everything cleared up. So we are back. Madam Clerk, item number 11.
Item 11 is from the Planning Department to make a finding of public benefit and approve a fee waiver requested by the Murphy's Community Club for a special event permit for the Mutt March and Mutt Minster Dog Show.
Good morning, Peter Maurer, Planning Director. I'm not necessarily advocating one way or the other for this, just presenting it to you. We do not have a policy in the county regarding fee waivers, so any waiver of fees must come to the Board of Supervisors. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Supervisor Oliveira, your light is on.
I would like to speak to this issue, Mr. Chair, and Mr. Maurer, thank you for presenting it. Ladies and gentlemen, this was actually presented through the Murphy's Community Club out of Murphy's, which I actually attend those meetings along with the Murphy's Business Association. But I have to be kind of upfront here. This is kind of a personal thing for me. Being a dog lover and having my wife sharing that same love, and having most recently lost one of our dogs overnight in 19-degree weather. And fortunately, at 8:30 in the morning, that dog was located at a neighbor's, so I'm pretty grateful. I told you that story to tell you this story. In Murphy's, they're looking at trying to put together what they're calling a dog park, an area where you can take your dogs and have them socialize, an area that can be maintained, and an area that we can bring the community together. We're talking a $100 fee here. I understand that, but the benefit is join the continual support of all activities in the Murphys area. We all know what the Murphys area is. It's a jewel of District 3, I'll be quite honest with you. They're very efficient in what they do, and that's how come, because they have projects like this. So I am totally behind this, and I recommend that our board members participate in this community project, and it does benefit the community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Supervisor Clapp, your light's on.
My little dog Zoe and myself will be supporting this too.
Okay. Any other board comments?
So does that mean if you're not a dog lover?
If you're a cat lover?
Yeah, where's the cat show?
You know, I think my dog might be offended by being called a mutt, but this doesn't seem like a very seditious activity, so I think we ought to move forward with it.
I, too, will be supporting this item. I've had, over the years, several dogs, and most of all my dogs, as a matter of fact, have been rescue dogs. And I have two at home now, a large lab and a small little mixed terrier-type dog, and love them to death. So I will go to public comments at this time. We have any public comments?
We're not going to get into the show photo of your dog thing, right?
No, we're not.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. Boy, emotionally, I really agree with this whole concept. I'll tell you a short story about a blind, happy poodle. It's an amazing dog. I was in a group of people who, about 20 of them, and in the home was a blind, happy poodle. This poodle would run around, and he only run into a chair if it had been moved. It had mapped everything out. And it was just like a bundle of rubber bands. He'd run around looking for human beings to cuddle him. And he, even though he couldn't see, somehow he sensed where your hand was so he could lick it. And so when I think about problems I have, I think about this happy blind poodle. You couldn't have a worse situation in your life, but to be happy means that it's not your condition, it's your attitude. In the case of the $100, the only thing that really amounts here is principle. If nonprofits, if it's board policy that nonprofits would have their fees waived, then it probably should be uniform. Otherwise, you'd be kind of saying, okay, well, this one will waive a fee, this one won't. So you'll need to, this is a precedent. And if that's to be the precedent, well, that should be clear and need sunshine on it. So, because there's a lot of nonprofits out there that would appreciate having fees waived. Thank you.
I just have a real quick question. What is the fee, and what is the money for that to be raised to be donated to this park that you're talking about?
The fee that's requested to be waived is the $100 special events fee, and the Murphys Community Club would need to speak more about how that money would be spent for the money that's raised. But I believe that they're wanting to develop a dog park in Murphys.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. We have a motion.
I move it.
I will second.
A motion by Supervisor Clapp, a second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Madam Clerk, moving on to item number 12.
Item 12 is from the Planning Department to make a finding of public benefit and approve a fee waiver requested by the Angels Murphys Arnold Boosters Club for a zoning amendment application for expansion of Capello Park.
Good morning again. This is a similar request. However, this is for a zone change application. The AMA boosters are wanting to expand Capella Park. It's actually in the county, not within the city of Angels Camp, right on the border. The fee that's being requested to be waived is the rezone fee, which includes fees for planning, public works, and environmental management. The total is $5,466. Again, it's really a policy decision of the board whether or not to waive fees. I had some concern at the fee of that amount. The work has to be done. The taxpayers end up having to pay for it. But again, I understand the desire to assist nonprofit organizations in trying to expand the services within the county. Any questions?
Any questions by the board?
Peter, who holds the title to the property?
I believe it's the boosters.
Thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira?
Mr. Maurer, for the benefit of the public and probably the board, exactly what is the Boosters Club? What do they do and what do they benefit as far as community?
Well, I know there is a representative of the Boosters Club here, and they could probably provide you a much better explanation of that than I could.
Oh, that would be great if someone's here. Excellent.
I'm Nick Valente, and I'm on the board of directors. I am the director of youth football for the Boosters Club. So fire away if you have any questions, or I can fill in where you're lost at. I'm sorry.
Your Boosters Club, I'm familiar with your crab feed. That was a great event.
Yeah. I don't know if there was I don't know if it was provided, but we're a youth organization, nonprofit that's been around since 1971, providing youth sports for basically the Highway 4 corridor, Angels Murphy. We expand to Copper. It's not included in the name, but we provide youth football, youth flag football now, youth softball like a ponytail league, youth basketball. We host tournaments for Valley Springs, a lot of elementary and middle school basketball tournaments. I think there's 2 throughout the year. We have fundraising events like the crab feed. We provide the parking, people to park the fair all 4 days and or other special events of the fair if requested. It's another part of our fundraising. We have volleyball. We provide a lot to the community, and we're just think expanding the park that we hold the title to would be a great asset to the community.
Do you have any paid positions in your organization, sir?
We have like an executive secretary that just basically just takes notes and does paperwork filing and the day-to-day stuff that us as volunteer directors don't have to deal with.
Okay. So basically, it's an all-volunteer organization under
Totally.
the administrative needs of a secretary.
Mm-hmm.
How long have you been involved in this?
Myself?
Yes, sir.
2.5 years. I was the one that was basically had to come represent today because everyone else had more dire obligations than I did, I guess. So
I can understand.
Because I'm a self-employed rancher, and I have kids in the organization myself, and I just said I'll go and do it because I can set my own schedule.
What's happened to our youth sports programs in our schools?
In
I
our
understand
schools?
the budgeting has been removed. In order to participate in this program, there's now a very high cost financially for the individual students. Those schools that do have sports programs. And I'm familiar with the problems that Calaveras has, Calaveras High and Bret Harte High, working closely in other areas as far as continuing technical education. $5,000 is a lot of money.
Correct.
But I look at it as investments. I don't want to take away your thunder, but I believe in investing in our youth. We get paid back by contributing to the society. I would look at this, Mr. Chairman, as one of those investments. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Supervisor Hill.
Well, additionally, I had the good fortune when there was league softball playing at Capella Park. So it's not just for youth. There was juniors, and this is an opportunity to bring our young people out into an event or an activity that is separated from the school system. And how well you folks have maintained it over the years with just volunteers, with what you've done. And the property expansion is really not an expansion of the park. It's basically an expansion of parking, from what I understand. That's what you're trying to get done here.
There's going to be, the true end result's not going to be, we haven't determined yet, but it's going to be more practice fields.
Okay.
Open to the public. It's going to be possibility of the building of like a gymnasium to incorporate all youth activities in the community. That could be, used by schools to host more tournaments, training centers, whatever it could be. It could be a multi-purpose building. Our youth basketball program is we run it through the high school. It's on Saturdays. It's a couple months out of the year. But the high school is very, very overutilized for sports outside of the high school. We get to use it on Saturdays for youth football. We're done with football, soccer comes on and plays. And that's a different order. That's Evans Path, soccer league. Softball uses it sometimes. Swimming's, we don't have to build a swimming pool, but it's just going to be another great facility, I think, within the community. That's going to be, between San Andres and Angels. We're not going to discriminate against people on this side of the bridge, although that is a part of our rivalry. But it's just going to be another place, another practice field, another place more youth to have places to go, like it is now.
And you're all volunteer.
All volunteer.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Any other board comments, questions? If not, open public comments.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. If having limited government is really wise, then operations like this really make sense. When people can satisfy the needs of the community voluntarily and without resorting to the taxpayers or even the sheriff or any government to create something, it's really amazing. And it's not just Feenley Park that we see this kind of activity. It's all over our county, and it should be encouraged. And here we go back to the same question we had last time. Of course, the precedent was set. So that same precedent would hold here, that the county shouldn't be charging fees to a nonprofit. Thank you.
I think $5,000 is a lot of money. I know when the Women's Crisis Center was being built, we applied for waivers everywhere we could because the benefit of having our project was that the community was going to end up being the recipients in the end. So I support seeing these kinds of fees waived for these kinds of programs rather than like what we saw with Olive Orchard when the developer got let off the hook because he was going to make money somehow. These guys aren't out to make money, so I think this is a good investment in our community. Thank you.
Being a parent of a 12-year-old, she goes and does AMA sports. The coaches are volunteer. The program is wonderful. They're honestly in it for the right reasons. I think this $5,000 is a true investment in our children, and I think this should be done. They should be waived. They're a wonderful, wonderful program.
Hi, Cliff Edson. Being a part of many nonprofits over the years, it is very difficult for them to raise enough money to keep the facilities up. to the standard that we feel that our children could benefit from the most. And even a special district like the one in here in San Andreas has problems with funding. So, you know, this is something that, you know, there's a lot of people out there that say, hey, there's nothing for my kids to do, nothing for my kids to do around here. These folks are giving something for kids to do, and adults, anybody. So it's a benefit for the county. The county doesn't really have any parks district. There's only one district in the county, and that's the San Andreas Recreational Parks District. So for these folks to take this on like they have, and I've seen that park, they do a fantastic job there. And they're going to do a fantastic job on expanding it. And they have some really good leadership there, obviously. So I'm for this. This is a payback that'll come to us many times over the years. Thanks.
Ben Stopper, District 5. As a member of a nonprofit Parks and Recs group, we also support this. Even being on the other side of the bridge, we welcome the opportunity to go over and play some good hardball. Our kids appreciate it.
Any other public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
Mr. Chair, I so move.
I would second it.
I have a motion by Supervisor Oliveira, second by Supervisor Mills. Any other discussion? Not, call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We've now had 3 such waivers in the last 2 weeks, and we've also had approved others in the past. I would like, if the board sort of consents to this, to bring back a policy change that basically, rather than spend our time debating whether or not it can be waived, we could consider just having that as part of our fee resolution for certain types of activities. We can get more into that, but I just want to see if that's something you'd like me to bring back to you to modify our fee schedule for
We'll
something
poll
like
the board on that. Supervisor Clapp?
I'd be for that.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes.
Oliveira?
I would be for that, but to put in parameters
We can
as
have that
to
discussion when it comes.
project specific.
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yeah, I'm happy to talk about it.
Yeah, so am I.
Okay, thank you very much.
Madam Clerk, item number 13.
Item 13 is from the Administrative Office to receive a tree mortality program implementation update from TSS Consultants.
Hi there, Tim Lutz. Just wanted to introduce Tad Mason, our TSS, the owner, manager, whatever you want to, Forester, who is going to be providing the presentation to the board today.
Good morning. This is the February update, basically on our progress implementing the tree mortality program. We're under contract with the county as project manager. We've been under contract since November. So I'll be reporting in monthly. This is, again, February's report. We did complete the field survey for the entire county, looking at tree mortality throughout the county. And with that data, we've been able to map out boundaries for logical project areas, basically tied to hazardous conditions in residential areas. That's our first focus. So right now we're working in the Arnold Big Trees area, considering the concentration of mortality that we have found, basically. So our first project is a small project. This is basically our pilot. We're looking at 30 parcels in the Pine Brook area with a total of 40 trees to be removed. We worked closely with county admin staff to put together an invitation to bid, which went out yesterday. We're expecting proposals from tree service companies, hopefully local tree service companies, and licensed timber operators by mid-March. Once the proposals are in, the county will review and pick a preferred contractor, and we hope to implement by starting to drop and remove trees by mid-April. So that's the schedule on the first project. A key part of this process is to issue right of entry forms to targeted parcels where we know there's mortality. We've issued to date 933 ROEs. We received back a little over 200. So this is an ongoing process. And a key to success here to getting a response is outreach. So we have a very structured outreach program in the county. For example, yesterday we posted a banner at Cedar Center. There's basically ability to post a banner over the roadway. And we also have an updated website. We have issued a press release, actually a couple of them. And so there's a lot of outreach that is going on. A key part to that outreach, believe it or not, is the HOAs. Each one of these HOAs has a newsletter, and so we're in contact with the editors of the various newsletters to include an announcement regarding the right of entry forms and to provide a flyer as needed if the HOAs are willing to send out the flyer with the newsletter. We're also posting up that flyer throughout the greater Arnold, Big Trees area, convenience stores, public bulletin boards, things like that. We presented at the Ebbets Pass Property Owners Association on February 7th, which is a gathering of HOA management groups, and so they are very much aware of this process. I will say that our work in putting together these projects, a key part of this is coordinating with the IT and GIS staff. I will say that Mr. Moore's staff has been very helpful in pulling that together. A key part of efficiently putting together projects is mapping of location of tree mortality. So I wanted to mention that. Also under our purview is now the air curtain, the CAL FIRE air curtain burners at Red Hill. And those were operated for a couple of days 2 weeks ago. Now that we're outside of fire season, CAL FIRE is managing those air curtain burners, and so we've stepped away, letting CAL FIRE take that over. I will be candid with you. The projects we're working on with tree mortality removal, basically, we're not going to generate a lot of slash that will go into those air burners. Most of the material that we're generating will be chipped and removed and either taken for mulch or soil amendment or down to one of the power plants for power generation. So as far as ongoing use of the air curtains for our project, it isn't critical. I'll put it that way. So let's see. Any questions so far?
Supervisor Oliver.
Thank you. There you go. Thank you very much for that information. I have great concern about the right of entry forms and their return. Is there a limited date that they have to be returned by? You have 900 plus out and a return of 200.
Right.
That concerns me.
Great question. In our cover letter, in our correspondence with the property owners, we asked for a 10-day turnaround. And we even facilitate turnaround by email. So there's a digital version of the ROE form. So we're doing all we can to facilitate that. We're still early in the process. Ultimately, we may end up issuing upwards of 5,000 to 6,000 ROEs. I mean, it's just an ongoing process. We have a P.O. box right now where we're receiving them back. And as we receive them, we enter them into the database that is, again, maintained by the IT team here at the county. So it's going to be an ongoing process. We'll probably issue some more press releases and outreach to the media and ongoing efforts with the HOAs. Okay. So, but you're right, Supervisor.
What happens in the case where you do not get an ROE?
In that case, we don't enter that property.
And the liability reverts back to that property owner?
Yes, and we made that clear in our correspondence with them.
And these are county right-of-way tree removal programs for tree mortality, correct?
Yes, well, basically we're focusing on private and public property adjacent to county road systems and parks. Any tree that might impact that roadway, for public safety reasons is removed, yes.
Well, there's a benefit to you. It sounds like you're doing all you can to reach those folks that need to return these ROE forms. Unfortunately, the situation is like in Blue Lake Springs, where they have approximately 73% absentee owner, if you will.
Right.
Getting the word to those folks who own those second homes through the homeowner association is probably the best way you can get in touch with those folks. And I'm saying this because I need to know that the folks out there watching us get this information. It's imperative that we get these ROEs back, because we cannot come back in different phases in the same areas. When we move equipment in there, when we have RFPs, when we put together schedules, we have to meet those schedules. And right now, in my opinion, and I may be wrong, we're dependent on those ROEs being returned and giving us permission to go on your property. So if you need to get that done, you get it back to these folks so they can do their job. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you, Ted, for the report. You said we have our contracts just went out the door to go for our bids. RFPs went out. How do we calculate, as you and I have discussed many times, it's important that we build our infrastructure, our capacity to manage this ourselves. So local hire is very important. What preference, in our point system, do we come up with an amount of points for local hire, local firms, so they could get this work?
Good question. In the ITB invitation to bid announcement, there is provision for local preference. And basically, I believe it's an assignment of 3% point-based system for local contractors.
Are we limited by some statute as to how much preference points we could give?
That is beyond my
How do we come up with 3%?
It was a canned paragraph that we inserted.
Because usually I see these things at a higher pointed, so there's got to be a reason we didn't lowball our locals, I'm sure.
No, and usually my staff would have been monitoring to pop over, but with audio and video, Bonnie might not be listening. I know when we were setting it up, we certainly tried to provide the most flexibility and benefit to locals. I'll be honest, I don't know the exact criteria for why we came up with that percentage. I can get back to you and let you know.
I would like that, because I think, we don't want to end up getting a bad contractor because of a point advantage or disadvantage, but at the same time, we want our local people to do it. And I know that when we did our initial contracts after Butte Fire, the big guys sometimes have angles that the little guys can't take advantage of. I know we had issues around prevailing wage and other things, and I want to make sure that doesn't happen again, and that, this job, especially when we're starting with the smaller ones and building up, allows us to train people, get them in this field, because we're going to have a lot more trees in the future. It'd be a lot easier if we weren't importing all our labor from Florida and Tennessee to get these trees. And I understand that it's a tight market with what's going on the coasts. I've got one other thing I'd like to ask, and this is a little bit off the tree mortality, but it has to do with trees. We have about 1,000 trees on BLM property and about 2,000 that were post-Butte Fire green mark trees that we haven't gotten approval yet from Calaveras, OES to take down, or BLM to enter onto their property. These are huge liabilities, and they are the tops. The widowmakers are dropping off and coming down near the roads. They're going to fall and they're going to kill somebody. And we've already put our name that we know that these are a public health risk. So if you could work with administration to find ways that we could drop these, and this board needs to take it as a risk mitigation issue, how we're going to pay to get these down before someone gets killed, and then seek reimbursement from the state or PG&E. But we cannot kick this can down the road, or someone's going to die and we're going to be responsible because we didn't do anything. So I was hoping that with some of the work that you're doing, you could work with our CAO, and we could sit in front of this board and say, here's how we're going to deal with this, because I've asked Public Works for, well, certainly before and since I've been on here, and there's always an excuse, and we got to stop dealing with excuses, and we got to drop these trees. And so I hope that this board will take that up and I hope you guys will have a chance to talk, because I've been sitting up here for 14 months, and I've heard nothing but the same excuses, and now people's lives are at risk. We have to deal with this. That's not critical of you. I hope I've given direction.
Good point, Supervisor. To that end, I did meet with the CAO, Public Works, OES last Wednesday, and we went through the BLM hazard tree issue. A request was made to me for a scope of work to address and mitigate those hazards. I submitted that scope of work yesterday, and I believe it's being reviewed right now by Public Works and the CAO.
I would like to ask that you guys, as you continue these conversations, take on the green sea trees as well, because part of the segmentation is part of the reason we haven't gotten this work done. And we need to get this work done.
I see Bonnie here.
Just say, Bonnie came into the audience to hopefully answer a question on the local preference points. And with the audio not working, Bonnie, you might not have heard the question.
I did not.
Bonnie, my question is, we gave 3% points for local higher preference. How do we come up with 3%?
That is currently how the ordinance is written, to allow a 3% local vendor preference for when evaluating costs for the purchase of goods and services.
Do we have any flexibility to make that, to increase those points? We do?
We would have to amend the ordinance and go through that process, but yes.
Okay, well, I just want to make sure that we increase our local economic activity. And so maybe as we look at future contracts, we consider that.
Absolutely.
The board can consider that.
Okay.
Supervisor Mills?
Yes, thank you. I think this is really pointing to the fact that we need to revitalize the timber industry, not only in Calaveras County, but all of the foothill counties. This is something that's kind of slipped into the background over time, and I talked to SPI about it. They're having trouble finding foresters. They're even having trouble finding truck drivers. And so they have logging trucks that are sitting idle, and now they're talking about the turnaround time, and is it makes sense for us to drive this far. And looking at what they just did up in the state of Washington, putting in a new stud mill up there as a way of reducing turnaround time is going to be an ongoing challenge. I mean, I'm going to be talking to them and possibly looking at an option here of how do we generate more foresters? How do we generate more people in this industry to work it? Because last year, in a wet year, we had 1 million trees go down. And now we're going into another dry year. Is it going to be 1 million, or is it going to be way more than that? And at what point, we're not talking about sustaining, it's just a flood that's just coming at us, and without personnel and without equipment to do it, even your job is going to be just insurmountably difficult to handle it. So in terms of fronting costs, I think that's something this board needs to talk about, is that are we willing to go out there and put $500,000 or whatever towards this and get this thing moved up in terms of the time, and stop discussing or arguing over who's going to do it when and who's going to pay for it. If this is a health and safety issue, then we need to move it into that category. It's health and safety, and we just need to move forward and get those costs fronted. So I'm going to work real hard on trying to find us personnel, trying to find ways to revitalize this industry in this county. That is part of my family heritage. So I'm not going to give up on it. But I think that the tree issue, and the more we realize just how much is going to be coming out of there, this is not a 1 or 2 or 5 year project. SPI is looking at this as being a 60-year project. I mean, that ought to be an eye-opener for a lot of people. There is more material out there than we have any capacity to want to begin to pull it out, and the result is, like Congressman McClintock said, you're going to get it out of there one way or the other. You know, are we going to burn it out? Is that the answer? I hope it's not. So the more proactive we can be right now in reducing that fuel loading, the better chance we have of not repeating a Butte fire or something similar to it in Calaveras County.
Yeah.
Mr.
Chair. Well said. And to support that, and also Supervisor Garamendi's concern with BLM lands, I sit on the board of the Governor's Task Force for Tree Mortality. and also on the local board here for Calaveras County. The issue with BLM land has been an ongoing problem that we've been trying to address on a state level and a federal level through our meetings with the Governor's Task Force. They are making some progress as far as being able to process what needs to be done, but it's not fast enough, as we can see. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm trying to relay back information on a statewide and federal level. To address Supervisor Mills' issues regarding our forest industry, yes, he is absolutely correct, and we want to thank SPI. They actually put a new sawmill in up in Washington. They are addressing that. And ironically, they are in a loss of trees per market. They are looking for logs, but they can't get them to their mills because they don't have foresters, they don't have truck drivers, they don't have people to man those boots on the ground jobs to answer this problem. Folks, there is no easy answer to this, but we are diligently working. We're working on state and federal levels, we're working on local levels, and we're thinking out of the box. And Supervisor Mills, you're right. I hope we can find $500,000 or some kind of money to force this issue to come over and at least get us a start on this journey. We all know what the situation is, but now it's time to dig in, work together, and find solutions for this. And I'm willing to go out of that box and do it, and I think our board will do that also. I think you guys will join me on that.
Do you want to poll the board for an agenda item to have that discussion?
I would offer that, Mr. Chairman, a poll of the board to at least discuss it as an agendized item.
I'll poll the board. Supervisor Clapp.
I'm open for discussion.
Supervisor Mills?
Absolutely.
Olivera?
Yes, sir.
Garamendi?
Absolutely.
And myself is a yes. So, staff? All right. Any other questions from the board? Thank you, Ted.
See you next month.
Do you have any public
I
comments?
want to see numbers on that report I have to make to the state in April.
Yes.
Okay?
Public comments.
House of Government Taxpayer Association, congratulations on that last vote. That's a step in the right direction. There may be some silver lining to these dark clouds of repression of our industries, including the timber industry. There's been some significant changes in federal policy. You don't see it in the news media very much, but there's been quite a cutback in the unnecessary regulations and government bureaucracy. At one time, it was hopeless. Our federal government actually worked to destroy our thriving timber industry. We had a thriving timber industry in our county and in the Sierra foothills. And it was destroyed for ideological reasons. They didn't like capitalism. Remember the clear-cutting slogan? Well, maybe now is the time to turn that around a little bit. I think Congressman McClintock is fully aware of what we're talking about here, and it might be possible to go further and really promote revival of our timber industry. When you have a timber industry that's recognized and in place, people will want to join and become part of that. Somebody's not going to go drive a truck just for a couple weeks for some emergency thing with trees. They want to be at a place where they can have a long-term future to raise their kids. And this is the way it was. And this is the way it ought to be again. And we can do it. We need to communicate with our congressmen and anybody else who will listen about reviving our timber industry long term. The timber industry looks at 80 years for their plans, not 4 years, not 6 years, 80 years. Because these trees grow, it takes 80 years for the trees to get to the point where they can cut them down and make wood. And as far as the trees are going to go, they're either going to be burnt out or cut out. We ought to think about harvesting, and we need to back our congressmen about reviving our timber industry long term. Thank you.
Ben Stopper. To follow up on Mr. Segala's bringing up, and all you gentlemen are absolutely right. In the future, we do need a revitalization, and it helps with the forethought for our future in controlling our forests. Also, you need to look at the structure in which the timber industry works within. Maximum board length is what the grow pattern is, what they put down these days, and is part of what perpetuated the problem we're at today. These trees are planted too closely together, so we need a sustainable plan as we move forward in such a future. Thank you, gentlemen.
Hi, Cliff Edson. Well, I guess it's never too late to start. If you look at our forests back in the 1860s, you'll find the natural forest, and it's about 75% overgrown now, which is probably one of the reasons why we have the problems that we're having with the beetle and the bug kill going on. As far as our county goes, it's not just up in District 3 and we're in District 2, but even close here, you can look around, go up Calvaris Road. There's widowmakers hanging even in areas that aren't being watched. And and I don't think that any of those property owners are getting any letters saying, hey, they may be absent property owners, but there's trees hanging. They're dead. And it's only going to take a good frost or a good wind or a good rain to bring them down. And whoever's under them is done. Because they aren't little trees, most of these things. They're big trees. The other thing is, for an industry to be successful, you have to have a good product. A lot of these trees, when they're cut too late on the bug kill, they have less value. So, a good portion of them turns not to wood but to pulp. And that's also an issue. So rapidly what's happening is the decline of the value of an asset in which we had 60, 70 years ago is now turning into less value. And people don't want to invest in that, to be honest with you. If a company like SPI or anybody that wants to invest in an operation or a mill, they're going to have at least 10 years of outlook. Or why invest? They're not going to put in $7 to $10 million into something and only to be gone in a couple of years. So long-term investment is key, and that's why it's really important for us to be open to that. Now, I think that there's a lot of fear going on with the way things were done way back when. We've learned a lot since then, and I think that there's a lot of different ways of doing things now to where maybe not so fearful on destroying our environment. So hopefully that people will be able to see that and realize the condition that we're in with tree mortality and the future fires that are going to come from it, because it's going to come, and be more receptive. Thanks.
Any other public comment? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. This was an informational item. It wasn't an action item. Is there any other board discussion? I have one item to discuss. We polled the board about bringing back the item on spending money for the tree issue. Bonnie brought up the issue of the ordinance restricting us. I'd like to pull the board on bringing the ordinance back for us to look at and review in the near future. So, Supervisor Clapp? Supervisor Mills? Yes. Supervisor Oliveira?
I would affirmatively agree with
Supervisor Garamendi?
Yes.
So that's 5. So we have 5 to bring that ordinance back for us to look at.
We'll bring that. We've been in the process of completely overhauling the purchasing ordinance overall, so good timing to incorporate that piece.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Tad. All right. We have about 10 minutes to 12. I'm looking at the clock. The next item is earmarked for about 45 minutes to an hour. So I would like to ask the board whether they would like to go to lunch now and then come back so we don't break the whole thing up. So we're in favor of that. We're going to go to lunch, and we're going to come back at about 1:15. We'll resume at 1:15. And we are back from lunch. Madam Clerk, item number 14.
Item number 14 is from the Administrative Office to review the draft report from the California Natural Resources Agency on the potential designation of parts of the McCollum River as wild and scenic, and provide any direction to county staff on the county's response to the report.
So the Administrative Office is bringing this item to provide some discussion and possible response to the recent report from California Natural Resources Agency. It comes from requirements laid forth in AB 142. And, you know, what it basically required, the Assembly bill, was that California Natural Resources Agency commission a study on the McCollum River, and part of that would be to identify and provide recommendations on designating certain sections of the river as wild and scenic. The report came out in January, and what the basically provided stakeholder comment periods that ends tomorrow. This would be our last, the reason it was coming today is this is our last opportunity if the county wishes to provide any comments to the report. Now, we can provide comments as if the board approves something that goes over, or we can remain silent on the board on any comments. Certainly a number of stakeholders in the community are providing their own comments, including the CCWD, who I knew was going to be coming today to be able to provide some comments. What the study itself is rather lengthy. It's over 200 pages. A lot of information, certainly. What it boils down to, though, is recommending between 4 possible alternatives. One is recommending that none of the 5 study segments of the North Fork McCollum River and McCollum River under consideration for designated be included in the California Wild and Scenic River System. Alternative 2 is to include only a subset of the 5 eligible segments of the North Fork McCollum River under consideration. The third is to include all eligible segments of the North Fork McCollum and McCollum River in the Wild and Scenic System. Each of the segments considered for designation has been found to be eligible. And then alternative 4, which like 3, is to include all 5 eligible river segments. However, it also has special provisions that ensure the suitability of the designation. Local land and water uses generally would be maintained. Particular special provisions are included as part of the designation to ensure water users can continue to use existing or comparable infrastructure to access water available under existing water rights, and then potentially develop future water rights and projects that do not adversely affect the free-flowing condition, natural character, and extraordinary scenic and or recreation values for which those segments are designated. I can list off what the segments are if the board would like. Otherwise, that was the...
No, I attended the public workshop in Mokel, as well as several meetings, including the UMRA meeting on this. I feel well briefed, and I read the report.
Supervisor Clapp, no?
That really concludes then the intro to this piece. I felt, given that certainly the community and board members would have comments, what I'll do is try and take notes on kind of a general direction, and if we do want to authorize a statement, we'll get that drafted up today to be issued tomorrow.
One thing is my understanding, I did speak with Joel Metzger information officer for CCWD. We had a lengthy conversation last night. And Joel had told me last night that the time period has been extended to March 8th. Is that correct? So it is not tomorrow, it is March 8th.
Well, that is good news. That means
So you have a
we'll
little
have
bit
a
of
little more
time.
breathing time.
Yeah.
I appreciate knowing that.
So is there any board comments at this time? And one is Supervisor Olivera, your light is
Mr.
on.
Chair, I have to disclose, I also had a conversation with Mr. Metzger regarding this issue prior to the meeting.
Okay. Supervisor Mills?
And I would like to disclose that we tried to have a conversation prior to the meeting.
Sounds
and
like,
we weren't able to do so. But I did have a conversation with Supervisor Carl Rutherford from Tuolumne County on this matter. And I would like to hear CCWD's input in this and public comment before making further comments myself.
Mr. Chair, I didn't know we had to disclose it, but since everybody else has, I've spoken to Joel as well.
Joel, you were lobbying, it sounds like. Same here. So we all disclosed. You spoke to all five of us. Okay. Is there any other board comments before we get? No? We will have public comments at this time, and I'm going to allow CCWD some time up here and treat them like staff, since they are an agency here in the county. So if they want to put their presentation forward now or wait till after public comments, and maybe you can answer some of the public comment questions that may come up during public comment. So,
yeah, whatever the pleasure of the board is, I can go
so
with that.
we'll open for public comments, and then if you can write down any questions, answer to any questions that may come up. So.
Great, because I got to go. Marty Crane, Rancho. We were at the town hall meeting as well, and I would encourage you, if you have an opportunity, it was filmed, to review that and read all the comments, because it was very well attended. And sadly, unless you do that, you won't get to hear us sing. We were on it anyway. So we sang a song for the river. But thank you for addressing this, and good luck. Thank you.
Ben Stopper, District 5. I spoke on this issue before. It's very important that we look towards the future as we go through this. I mean, wild and scenic seems inevitable to me that it's going to happen. It's, it's the final comment that Mr. Lutz made with the provisions instated so that we can drop our drinking straw into there to be able to access our water in the future, that we should really think about taking a look at, in my personal opinion. And from my personal opinion, even though I work with these gentlemen, from where I stand, these guys have put in a lot of good time. They have a lot of good points, so please listen clearly to them, because they know what they're talking about, and they have had, a lot of time with the state to help get these provisions instated. So thank you for your time, and you all have a wonderful day.
Any other public comments?
Al Scala, Taxpayer Association. We previously opposed this, and we do again. We had our director, Anthony Wooster, attend and represent us at the meeting, and she reiterated our opposition to wild and scenic. And so I'd like to yield my time to Joel.
Cliff Edson, San Andreas. I oppose wild and scenic. It affects property rights. If people want to affect a person's property, they should purchase it from them, not take it from them. And that's what this does. Now, I don't see how this river can even qualify actually anyhow, considering it has so many diversions, dams, and there are some things that are now there that weren't there a few years back, like salmon beds and things like that. Through UMRA, one of the funding sources that UMRA has is getting grants from different places, And one of the top priorities a couple of years ago was to plant salmon and salmon beds in the river. When you do that, it makes it closer to wild and scenic, and but it's not there. It wasn't there. So I would like to save the river, actually, because I think that river is an asset to our county. I think in our future, it's our future water, but it does no good if you can't get to it. Now, they'll, from what I read, they'll say that, oh yeah, you can get to your water, we're not going to give up your water rights. Try to get a permit for it at that point. You know, a lot of people don't see this if they haven't been around a while. They hear wild and scenic, and it's a beautiful name. It sounds really good. It sounds very natural and nature-like, and the river is gorgeous. There's no doubt about it. But I believe that we can save it if we were to partner up with Amador County and put something, whatever they're afraid of happening to that river. I think we can do it as two counties working together to protect it. We don't need another layer of non-government management. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Vicki Reinke, and I am speaking on behalf of the Calaveras Republican Party. Wild and scenic river designation is something that we are opposed to, and the reason why is because it takes the property or the water rights away from the future residents of Calaveras County and our state. One of the things that we have to remember is what is a wild and scenic river designation. And I agree with Cliff, we have a beautiful river. We've had it for ever and ever, and nothing's ever been harmfully done to it. I'll get to that in a minute, but the river segments with these attributes are designated as wild, scenic, and recreational based on level of watershed development. New dams are prohibited on river segments covered under the Act. That's the piece in there that is very troubling to us as a Republican group. One of the things that I think Cliff sort of mentioned, but if you think back 150 years ago, had we designated the river wild and scenic, we would have no dams on that river today. What would that river look like? Probably dry up in the years of drought. So, again, we already have the upper lakes that feed down into the PG&E. We have Pardee. We have, let's see, there's one other one. But anyway, those lakes, if they weren't on this river right now, we wouldn't have the water we need for the people of the state of California. That's what's most important. These wild and scenic designations are really an environmental designation, and what they do is they take water rights away from the people. The property that adjacent to these scenic rivers are restricted. So anyway, we understand that this study was done based on AB 142. We supported it at first, and then we took our support away when it became a designated wild and scenic temporarily. So we don't want to see that happen to this river. I hope that you guys will all study that part of it and be opposed to designating it a wild and scenic. And that's what I have to say about that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Elaine St. John, and I am from District 4. I am also against the wild and scenic designation. Carl Rutherford, who is Supervisor to Tuolumne County, came here in March of 2015, March the 18th, and actually Supervisor Oliveira heard him. Ex-Supervisor Edson also heard him. What he spoke about was the unintended consequences of special designation. And I'm going to quote what he said. I talked to him on Sunday, by the way, and he reconfirmed this as well. He said that the rim fire broke out in the Clavey Canyon. The Clavey River feeds under the Tuolumne Wild and Scenic. And although the Clavey was not wild and scenic, the U.S. Forest Service policy treats any tributary into a wild scenic with the same actions that are pertinent to wild and scenic. That included not dropping fire retardant on the river in the canyon of the Clavey. When the fire was small and manageable, the fire escaped. So that's an unintended consequence. And, you know, when you look at something like this and you're doing research, you're going to do research and you're going to say to yourself, okay, here's the facts I've gathered, and what's the end game? And I'm wondering what's the end game. Because as we've said, hey, wild and scenic sounds really great. We're all in favor of having fish and beautiful things like that. But I believe that the end game is probably to get rid of the dams. So I want you to know that in 2015, the largest dam was taken away from the state of California, and that was the San Clemente in Carmel Valley. And also there are now 4 dams along the Klamath that they're thinking about taking away too. That's a wild and scenic river. So I'm not talking about whether or not it's a state wild and scenic or a federal wild and scenic. I'm just saying that, you know, you give away these rights from you protecting something that's valuable to us, our water rights. I want you to also know that there is a bill called 2975 that was written by a person that is in the Assembly. She was in the 7 years of the Board of Directors for the Metropolitan Water of Southern California. And what this bill basically does is if the feds decide to restate wild and scenic and take that away from the state of California, that California would be able to step in. So you got to wonder, why are they doing that? Are they afraid that, you know, maybe Trump's going to take some of those designations away? And this is from a person from Southern California that wrote this bill. So I think it's important for you to look at AB 2975. I do have copies of that bill, and I hope you go against the wild and scenic.
Any other public comments?
Bonnie Newman from Double Springs. I look at it like this. Somehow this planet was created by virtue of God or nature or a conglomeration of God and nature, and planet has been able to sustain itself for hundreds of thousands of years with virtually the changes provided by natural occurrences. And I look at what man does as being counter to what God and nature has created, almost doing the devil's work. A dam is not a lake. A dam is man-created. And clear cutting is not the same as selective harvesting. So what we do to benefit man is contrary to what I think the natural progression of things are. When man decides to modify the earth in whatever way, by building a dam or grading a hillside or putting in roads or changing the natural terrain of the world, I think we're doing a great injustice to the future. We're worried about water rights and resources. There has always been enough resources. What the change has been is there's too many people. Overpopulation is the problem. Overpopulation is almost the problem of every issue that we encounter, because laws are made because we're too close together and we infringe on other people's rights, till we until we address the core of what our problems are, is there's too many people, too few resources, we're always going to be trying to catch up or make up or make amends for. I think what we need to do is step back, monitor the development that man decides to do, try to salvage what God and nature has created so that there is something in the future for people to make decisions about. Because once something's gone, it's gone. And to salvage something, to retain something, is to hold it in trust for the future. We need to be stewards of our planet. Thank you.
Any other public comments? No? Seeing none, CCWD, if you would like to speak, I'll allow you 5 minutes to speak.
All right. Thank you, Chair Tofinelli and board members. My name is Peter Martin. I'm the Water Resources Manager for Calaveras County Water District. Today I'm just going to kind of speak specifically to the study, the draft study, I should say, and Joel can kind of add a little bit about kind of where we go from here as far as our understanding of how this process will go forward afterwards. So just definitely appreciative of you taking up this item today. It's something that we've been working on for quite some time. As we mentioned, the deadline has been extended until the 8th. So Calaveras Public Utilities District, CCWD, and also Amador Water Agency and Jackson Valley Irrigation District are currently working on comments that will be submitted to the California Natural Resources Agency. And we plan to get those in by March 8th. We can share those with you ahead of time if that's something you're interested in. And just kind of, I'd like to just kind of briefly outline how we got to this point where this study came out. Essentially in 2014, there was a piece of legislation, SB 1199, that was going to create a wild and scenic designation of these various parts of the river. And the water agencies were sort of left on the offensive, or the defensive on that, and had to try to basically either amend the bill or try to kill it. So ultimately there was a compromise struck, and Assemblyman Bigelow carried AB 142, which allowed for the California Natural Resources Agency to essentially study the suitability of the river for designation and also take the input from the local agencies as a result of that and other stakeholders as well. Essentially, UMRA was required to put in sort of a cost share for part of that, and so the water agencies, including East Bay Mud and others, did put up some money for the study that ultimately came out of the Natural Resources Agency. And then also I just want to mention that CCWD and CPUD actually funded a joint study looking at the long-term water resources for Calaveras County, and we ultimately kind of map out where demands could be in the future and how those demands would be met, looked at various scenarios and planning, and that report was provided to GEI in the culmination of their report as well. So they did take that into consideration. And CCWD and CPUD retained ECOR to do that study. These folks are very talented. They understand sort of water policy and water planning. So that report is available. And also, we've been working with the Water Rights Council to develop a lot of that as well. So, so far, the districts have been pretty appreciative of the efforts by the California Natural Resources Agency and their outreach. We've actually met several times with the Natural Resources Agency one-on-one. They've been taking our feedback and input, especially on some of these special provisions that were mentioned earlier. It's been a very inclusive process. GEI is an expert, and they've actually done several of these evaluations, so this is not their first time doing one of these. And basically, the local water agencies between Amador and Calaveras have had their specialized water law council looking at Chapter 7, which are the recommendations, in addition to those special provisions. And we're kind of working towards that joint letter that we will submit on March 8th right now. So kind of I just wanted to outline some of those special provisions, and I think we're kind of hopeful that mutually acceptable language will be agreed upon by all parties that can be submitted before March 8th. Specifically, we're looking at Provision 1, which provides assurances that existing water rights can be used to the fullest and extent, and that we don't have stranded assets. Provision 2 speaks to the future water rights and water reservations, including area of origin water rights, which there's still quite a few state filed rights that are available to Calaveras County. We ensure we want to meet our community's needs in the future. And then there's also other provisions. We're trying to include a language that would prohibit sort of a federal designation, which is separate from the state designation. And that would mean that the reach of wild and scenic could not be expanded to that quarter-mile reach, as kind of was proposed before. So it's still 200 feet. So that's something that this board has to consider as far as land use designations. But we can believe that we can get that provision added so that it will be limited to that 200 feet. And so the agencies are sort of hopeful that the California Natural Resources Agency is going to take these comments and incorporate them into the final draft of the report. Right now, we're just looking at a draft report and just like to remind the board of that right now. So I can have Joel up here just to kind of summarize kind of where we go from here. I know I'm kind of running out of time, but I'm here if you have any other further questions as well. So
we have a question from the board.
Yes. Peter, I know you've been at meetings I've been at, so these are kind of rhetorical questions, but I think they will help inform our discussion going forward. And most of them have to do with comments that were made. Having read the Wild and Scenic report, does the Wild and Scenic take away anybody's property rights or property?
That's something that we didn't really truly evaluate, but the answer is, well, it provides limitations on what you can do with some of the areas that are within the 200-foot zone of the river.
My understanding from the study is that Wild and Scenic is to the edge of the riparian corridor.
Yeah.
Not 200 feet. That's not a measurement, correct?
Yeah, so that is true, and also there's some language in there that sort of is specific to preserving scenic values, which is kind of, it's elusive, I guess, as far as how you would go about that, but that's partially one of the things that they consider.
So there's nothing concrete that takes away anybody's property rights. Roaring Camp, for example, on the Amador side, they're not losing their ability to run their business, correct?
That is my understanding, and they have mentioned that in the past.
Next question is, tell me about the two counties working together. I was at the UMRA meeting where I witnessed Jackson Irrigation District, Jackson Valley Irrigation District, Amador Water Agency, CPUD, and CCWD pass a resolution along with, through UMRA, encouraging the process, thinking that things are going in a positive direction, and with, quote, achieve broad stakeholder support and conclude with the inclusion in the Wild and Scenic River system, was passed with all those water agencies voting with that. Tell me about the coordination between our counties and our water agencies.
So we've been basically working with the other agencies for basically about a year, just kind of on providing input into the Natural Resources Agency's process. And also, since the draft report has been released, we've been coordinating on developing comments that would provide the necessary assurances for the water districts that they could continue to be able to develop their water supplies as needed.
But from the content of the study as it currently stands with the provisions that are adding in, none of the water agencies that actually own the water rights are opposed to this.
Well,
recognizing it's a draft study.
Right. Yeah.
We're not talking about a piece of legislation. It's a study.
Yeah, so I can't speak for my board or for other boards, but as far as this goes, as far as it being an inclusive process and supportive of that process, yes, I think our boards have been supportive.
Is anybody's water rights being taken away by Wild and Scenic for the agencies that are represented in Amador and Calaveras County?
No.
See here, the Wadden study, there was a comment made about fire retardant by the supervisor from Tuolumne County brought forward here. The study specifically says that Wild and Scenic does not impact fire repression and that it's simply false. Is that your reading of it? Actually, you don't even have to read it. It's written in black and white.
It's in the report, yes. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. I'll have further questions later.
Any other supervisor? Supervisor Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And it's not the first time I've heard that fire retardant is prohibited to be actually dispensed on a wild and scenic designated And I believe that information came from the previous board discussion regarding wild and scenic. Also mentioned, if I recall correctly, that we would not allow the use of the waters of the wild and scenic designation to fight forest fires. Do you know anything about the accuracy of those statements? Are those true statements, or are they modified?
So my understanding is that, yes, in an emergency, there still is an opportunity to,
I'm going to have to ask you to speak up.
Sorry, if a helicopter needs to drop in and grab some water,
right,
that yes, they can do so where it's needed. Wild and scenic is specific, again, to scenic and the free-flowing characteristics of the river. So most of the evaluations in the future are going to have just an added layer, making sure that future projects are not going to impact the scenic nature or the free-flowing character, which is something that the districts are also trying to get a little better understanding of how that would be defined.
So in essence, should there come a new project on the McCallamy River, if it's designated wild and scenic, we would have a CEQA issue, we would have possibly a NEPA issue if it's in a national forest, and now we would have a wild and scenic issue. Is that correct? If this designation goes through.
Yes, I think that's probably an appropriate statement. And just we understand that any diversions on these stretches that are proposed to be designated, there are going to be any sort of new diversions or new dams are going to be precluded for those reaches, those 5 reaches. Also, I want to mention that CCWD and CPUD only evaluated reaches D and E in the report because those were the only reaches that the districts could actually potentially impact in the future. So some of the other reaches are on the North Fork of the McCallamy, and those were mostly evaluated by the folks on the Amador side of things.
Okay, so CCWD's area of research is very limited as far as the entire designation. I understand it's 37 miles. Is that correct? Yeah. 37 miles of the McCallamy River, and most of that being in Calaveras County, correct?
Yes, we focus mostly on the Middle Fork and the South and Licking Forks of the river in our evaluation.
Now, I understand Assemblyman Bigelow has authored 142, Senate Bill 142, and there's certain provisions that must be met in order for him to continue support for this bill. Is that correct?
I am not aware of that as far as the prior legislation. Yeah.
Okay. Maybe could Mr. Metzger?
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, if Mr. Metzger could speak.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board. My name is Joel Metzger. I'm the Manager of External Affairs for CCWD, and I wanted to bring the legislative perspective, which is the next step in this process once the draft report from the Natural Resources Agency becomes a final report, at which time I do hope we'll have the opportunity to have this discussion again with this board when we know what the final language is. To your point, Supervisor Oliveira, Assemblymember Bigelow did author 142, and that's what led to the study that we're now evaluating today. For him to continue with further legislation, Mr. Bigelow would like to see broad-based support from both Amador and Calaveras counties among boards of supervisors, water agencies, and community stakeholders. He'd like to see language that's agreed upon if he's going to throw his hat back in the political ring and continue with legislation, and that's not a sure thing. If there is great divisiveness and disagreements among the leaders of these 2 counties, we may see a different Assembly or Senate member bring the wild and scenic legislation forth. And our concern, to be quite frank with you, is if wild and scenic is going to move forward, we would like to make sure that this county is protected and that our future is protected, specifically our water rights. The special provisions that are currently in the draft go a long way toward protecting those water rights, and they wouldn't have been there without Peter's work and our consultants and our lawyers' work to get those studies done and to inform this study. However, there's more work to be done on these special provisions before our staff would feel comfortable recommending a support position for a wild and scenic legislation that includes these special provisions. That's what we're working with other stakeholders. That's what UMRA is looking to have done. That's what they're supporting. These are sitting down, looking at language, working it out, making sure that we're protected, but other stakeholders also have a voice and have language that they can live with. If we can reach an agreement and we can send comment letters to the Natural Resource Agency that show that we have actually worked together and agreed upon language, there's a really good chance that that language would make it into the final report. If that language makes it into the final report, that's a really good foundation for legislation. You can take that final report and you can use that as the basis for your actual legislative language. However, if we don't reach agreement and that language doesn't make it in, we may see different opinions in this county from the Board of Supervisors and water agencies, and you may see Bigelow not pick up this legislation. You may see someone else carry the legislation. We may have less of an ability to make sure that this county is protected. In fact, we may see a lot of this language stripped out of the bill completely. And in that case, it would be very hard for our staff to recommend to our board to support wild and scenic, because our number one goal is to make sure that we protect the future of our kids and our grandkids and everyone who comes after us. And in our opinion, making sure that we have rights to the water that is reserved for us, in our case 27,000 acre feet on the McCollum River system, in Amador County's case 20,000 acre feet of water is reserved. We want to make sure we always have access to that. We are confident that if the provisions that we've developed go through, that water will be protected and our access to that water will be protected. And that's what our staff would bring forth to our board with a recommendation if we're able to reach that agreement. So what are we asking from this board? We want to make sure that you have all the information and that you understand that this is a complex issue, that this is a heavy political lift, and that this is not necessarily an ideal situation, but that we do believe that there's a path forward that will protect the county's future. I know that our general manager, Dave Egerton, wanted to be here today, but he's actually on the East Coast right now. And he did want to make sure that this board knew that we want to make you part of the committees that are looking at this language. We want to invite your staff to be part of these discussions to make sure that land use issues are properly analyzed, and that any other concerns that this board may have about this language is made part of this joint comment letter that we're looking to put together. And so I do hope that you'll take us up on that and be part of the process between now and the 8th when the comments are due, because really this study is an absolute key foundational component to the following legislative effort.
Thank you, Mr. Mitchell. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments? Board comments? Supervisor Mills?
Joel, what did it cost CCWD for their portion of the study?
Roughly $60,000.
And so was that divided amongst the four? In other words, it would be $240,000 total?
I don't know the exact number that it cost. I do know that there were multiple agencies that put forth money to help fund the studies of different portions of the river.
So the ratepayers who are, in essence, the most vulnerable here are the ones that are paying to prove the case?
Yes.
And not the ones who are trying to, in essence, put this designation in to have to prove their case. They've not put a dollar into it.
I do know that through the study, we felt it very important to make sure that we did take an exhaustive look at our future needs, and that was an important investment to make. But I don't know what folks with other opinions, how much money they've spent on this. I do not know.
Do you feel that the recent Byron Bethany decision might have a longer range impact on some of these wild and scenic decisions going forward?
I don't know if I want to comment on what I think of that decision. I want to spend some more time looking at it. But in terms of senior water rights and the protection of those, I think that is one of our main priorities as a district that holds the water rights in this county for the most part. And we certainly want to do everything we can to protect our ability to utilize those rights and not lose them.
So the water rights we're speaking of from CCWD or CPUD are some of the most senior water rights in California on that river?
Certainly some of what we have are the most senior, and certainly CPUD has some of the very most senior water rights, especially in Shadd's Reservoir.
So they're pre-1888?
Pre-1914. I don't know the exact date, but they're definitely pre-1914.
Okay. That's all I have for now.
Supervisor Clapp, anything? I have a couple questions, Joel, maybe you can answer. It's 37 miles. Are there current structures on the river in that 37-mile area?
The reason they broke up the different sections into segments is basically hopping over PG&E facilities. PG&E has an extensive hydropower structure on this stretch of the McCollum. And so, yes, there are facilities that PG&E has throughout the stretches. We do not have current facilities on the North Fork. We do have facilities on tributaries to the Middle Fork, and CPUD has on-stream dams on the Middle and South Fork as well.
Well, my question is, and it was brought up earlier, a lot of the questions I have written here are brought up, but the CEQA was brought up, and this designation would put further restrictions on what's already in place with CEQA. So my question is, has anybody addressed, with that in mind and these restrictions, performing maintenance on any of those structures and what you'd have to go through, further restrictions to do any maintenance on those?
Within Special Provision 1, we speak specifically to existing infrastructure. That includes PG&E's infrastructure and AWA and CCWD and CPUD's infrastructure. There would not be any additional requirements on existing infrastructure through the Wild and Scenic designation, to my knowledge.
So, okay, all right.
Unless they were to be changed to where there would be more water taken or something of that nature.
Well, that kind of segues into my next comment here about we are talking about a study. We're not talking about legislation. And as we all know, when it gets to the legislation and it goes to the House or goes to the Senate, all of that could be out the window. It could all be changed.
You are correct.
Yes. What goes in generally doesn't come out the same. Everybody wants to throw their thoughts into it as it goes through. So whether we have agreements or not going in with Bigelow, if he goes forward, it doesn't mean that that's going to be what's coming out. It could all go out the window. And again, the comments I had with you last night was it seems like this is a continuing thing. It's not going to go away. No matter if it goes through this time, it's going to keep coming up because it has so far over the last course of the last 5-7 years. So, but I do have those concerns about it. This is a study, and we're open for our comments, but it doesn't mean anything until it gets through legislation what the final bill is going to be that they're voting on. So,
and if I may, Mr. Chair, when I think about what our strongest position is to protect the water rights and protect the land use and ensure the future of this county, our strongest position is for us to unify behind a set of provisions that do protect us. And if a legislator sees that both Amador and Calaveras County boards of supervisors, water agencies, and other stakeholder groups are all on the same page and have signed a letter to the same extent, same language, that's a really strong position to go into the legislative process with. And I'm thinking about me before a committee down in Sacramento saying, we're all on the same page. This is our home. This is our river. And we believe that these special provisions need to be included to protect our kids' future. I think that would be a heavy political lift for someone to take that and throw it out the window completely. But if we are not on the same page and if we're not in agreement, then I think that we are divided, and that makes it a lot easier for someone to say, well, they don't even know what they want, so why do we need to listen to them at all? Maybe we're just going to go ahead and strip all this language out, and we're just going to go with the straight wild and scenic bill. That would be my concern.
okay, thank you. Supervisor Mills?
A question, Joel, is this going to impact any potential raising of Lower Bear?
No, the wild and scenic is downstream of Lower Bear. However, I do believe that we would need to, or we wouldn't be part of that, but there would need to be an evaluation of whether that would impact this section.
Okay.
It would not be prohibited because it would not be within the section.
However, if you affect the free flow or affect the flow rate downstream of that location, it could fall into that under CEQA.
There's a potential.
Right.
Any other questions? Thank you, Joel.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
I'm being asked to take a break. We'll take a 5-minute break. All right, we're back. Do we have any other board comments? Do we have discussion on it? Do we have any comments on whether we would like to comment on this study?
Well, my position is they always seem to be wanting something from us and never paying us for it. I talked to Tim months ago about it. Is like East Bay Mud, they have 1.1 million customers, and they want us to preserve their water quality and stuff. Why don't they just chip in, 50 cents a billing cycle per customer? I mean, pay us for something they're taking from us. And I don't think that's asking too much. South Africa right now is ran out of water, and I just can't see not developing what we have.
Look at me like I'm supposed to talk next. That's
well, this item is if we want to comment on the study. So,
well, again, I've got to go back to, in my history, to when some of these people sitting in the audience weren't even born. When there was a wild and scenic effort on the Stanislaus. And I want to take you back on a moment in time back in 1978, 79, and 80, when had that been declared a wild and scenic and New Maloney's would not have been allowed to be filled, what would have happened to the towns of Oakdale, Riverbank, Manteca, and Tracy in the wet years? The billions of dollars in damage that has been saved because we were capable of adding an impoundment. Now, on top of that, to CCWD, you never would have built the North Fork project. Would have been impossible because you would not have had a McKay's reservoir. You would never have been able to raise Lower Spicer or raise Spicer. And on top of that, there's what, $500 million worth of hard projects sitting there that is of benefit, economic benefit to our county as a result. I don't take wild and scenic lightly. I see it as an impact made by people who fought with or against me and my groups on the wild and scenic on the Stanislaus are now fighting the same fight here on the McCullough. Same people. And what is their ultimate goal? And I started to look at their websites. It's not simply to say prohibiting construction of any water impoundment facility, but if they can remove facility, they'll do it. In fact, they have primers on how to go about doing that. And on top of that, if you're talking about, let's say, for instance, the McCullough has further needs, because remember, California has increased in population since the time of the New Maloney's Reservoir 43%, and yet we've only added 3% more water storage facilities in that same period of time. We're expected by 2025 to have 11 more million people in California. We're all going to be drinking from the same glass, and that's going to be a very finite glass as we go down the road. So I really do appreciate the effort that CCWD and SSGID and Amador County and CPUD has put into this. But the goal of those that want this AB 142, they want free flowing at all costs. That's really what this is coming down to. I'm familiar with Project 137. 137 really spoke to one thing, enhanced whitewater recreation. Included a toll-free phone number so you could know when the water was flowing on what weekend. Even if it didn't benefit PG&E to generate power at that time, they had to release the water so the whitewater rafters could recreate. So I want to speak to another thing, and that has to do with specifically federal and to some degree state sensitive use areas. For someone to tell me that we didn't treat firefighting differently in sensitive use areas has never been a firefighter. I'm not assuming what I know. It's what I was trained and what I was told. And that is when you're in, I'll give you an example. Anybody remember the fires of Yellowstone? in the 70s and 80s, or 70s, it was late 70s. We were told we could not move our tires off the roadway or the vehicle would be impounded. In fact, it took a presidential order to tell them to put the darn fire out. And the firefighters that were there were given those soft mats that we sleep on to lay across the meadow because the federal government did not want people leaving their footprints in the meadow to go put out the fire. Now, things have changed since then, I agree. But if Carl Rodefer says there was a problem with the Clavey and how we fought that fire, remember, I was on the 87 complex. And when we got into the Yellowstone, or the Yosemite Valley, or the Yosemite boundary, our firefighting tactics changed, ladies and gentlemen. It changed. We could not use retardant anymore. In some cases, we couldn't even use water. And so U.S. Forest Service, as you know, they don't carry a lot of water. They use leather gloves, and they just squish out the embers with their fingers in many cases. So sensitive uses is something that I think we need to consider here, and that in the future, it may impact our ability to fight fires. I have a grave concern, Joel, that this will get back to the legislature, and with a supermajority, they'll basically throw it all out. They'll strip it all out. I support the provisions that the study has, that you folks have done. I truly support them. But if they're not there, I'm not there either. I think the work that CCWD has done here is admirable. And I think you've gone above and beyond to prove your case. I wish that those people who wanted wild and scenic had spent an equal amount of time and money to prove their case. They haven't. So I think it's a noble cause. I will tell you this, I was one of the founding members of the Foothill Conservancy. Does that shock you a little bit? But I found out that when it's a noble cause to buy property, to conserve land for public use in the future. I understand that. But when you're using an agency like that and getting involved in the use of a legislative hammer to get done what you want to do, it's no longer a noble cause. And I'm not even in it at all. So my recommendation would be to support CCWD and the efforts of the water agencies and their ability to put these provisions in, but only if those provisions remain. Should the provisions go away, we're going to end up with what they wanted in the first place. And then the fight will be on as to whether or not we can retain our pre-1914 rights and the ability to access the river. And thank you for your time and effort, gentlemen. So it's a fight that we had to do.
Any other comments?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'm going to reserve comments until I've heard from the other members of the board.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Thank you. I think, it's rare that you find an opportunity to have this many unsupported facts being thrown around. I'm going by what the resource agency says regarding fighting fires. They oversee CAL FIRE. They say you don't change fighting fires in this watershed. I know the McCallum River extraordinarily well. With the only exception of a couple miles, I've hiked every mile of it, including down through the Delta. We should have no illusions that eventually that this needs to be this needs to be about protecting the economy and the environment and the water rights of this county. This act, in many ways, adds to that extra protection. It adds an extra layer. It throws lumber in the road for when the big guys from down in the valley or Southern California come after our water. These provisions explicitly give our water agencies their rights. Granted, there could be big lawyers that could come in and overrun us anytime, but this gives us a little bit of protection. It also prevents future dams on that river, which I think is a very good idea. I would never support damming any more dams on the McCallum River. It does not impact the impoundments that PG&E uses or any of our local water rights. As Joel and Peter put forward, they have looked at our study of what our needs are going to be. And they've said, okay, that's good. We'll keep that in there. We're not going to take away any water. But when they come for the water, it's going to come in the form of a dam. And they will take what they want unless we find a way to throw lumber in their road and stop them. And don't think that dams aren't on the agenda. Every 10 years or so, someone comes up with a new plan, either raising Pardee, going off the Devil's Nose, coming up, flooding Middle Bar Bridge. This comes regularly. And when you lose a river, you do not ever get it back. So, and when we lose that river, we will lose the water that goes with it as well. So this is an effort, in my opinion, we need to think of this as how we're going to protect our water rights. And as I think CCWD wisely put forward, to paraphrase, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. And right now we're at the table. We're talking. We're putting forward these provisions. We want to lock this in. And I think we really need to do that. I'm just going to skip over a lot of the issues here about water and economic development and environmental causes, because that's a whole nother issue. So let's think of this in terms of how we're going to protect our water rights, how we're going to protect our county. And it doesn't seem to me like we're going to have a whole lot of consensus, because we're not talking about something specific. We're talking about a study. And so either, in my opinion, we need to either support the process as it goes forward or stay silent. Because if we step away from the table, we're going to be on the menu. Thank you.
Supervisor Oliveira? Do you have no comments? My comments are, I'm in agreement with Supervisor Mills. I would support CCWDs in their efforts to preserve our rights and future rights of our relatives or people in Calaveras County going forward. I do have some concerns, though, and that's about what Supervisor Mills was talking about. When it gets to legislation and what it looks like when it gets there. If these provisions are not in it, then I would not support it. And then the other concerns I have, and I think we had a conversation last night about any verbiage, and I'm not sure the verbiage that you were talking about, saying that any future legislators or future governors could not allow it to go federal, at a federal level. I'm not sure you can do that in any legislation or anything that they can put forward. My concerns are, once it gets to state level and it's agreed upon and it's designated as a wild and scenic state level, how much longer would it go before the feds step in and say we wanted to put our designation on it also? And then that changes the whole ball game. It completely changes everything, as you and I had a conversation about last night. That's what I have a problem with, is not only what the final bill looks like that's going to be at legislation for them to vote on and for the governor to sign, but after that, at any time. It may not be a year later, it may be 5 years later, 10 years, but you just think at some point the federal government has the ability to come in and doesn't put their own designation on it because it's already that way from the state. And again, we would have absolutely no control over it at that point. The other item that we did talk about a little bit here about the 200-foot. I did go over it and look at it, and from the study itself, it says special treatment area of 200 feet doesn't take rights away, but potentially requires changes in timber harvesting practices within that zone. And that's to allow them to not just go in and clear cut it all the way. You have to be a very tough process to go through and even down any trees. I'm guessing whether they're alive or dead or whatever.
That's today.
Yeah, even today without that, but still the requirement that's in there, it's written in there for a reason, to be above what requirements are today. Otherwise, it wouldn't be in there. So those are my comments on it. So where are we now? Are we looking at a board to give staff direction to give our comments? I hear two comments that, at least through Supervisor Mills and myself that say at least the comments would be in line with CCWD's comments and their proposed language in any bill going forward that actually protects our rights and not taking anything away from us.
Now, Mr. Chair, I do have a comment now. After listening to my fellow board supervisors and hearing their concerns and being part of a decision with a prior board regarding the same issue, I would support CCWD's position in this, and I would agree with some of the comments made by Supervisor Mills and would agree with some of the comments made by Supervisor Garamendi, and I understand their positions. But I'm not as trustworthy of the legislature doing what they're supposed to do. I would have to really be convinced that's going to happen. I understand this is a study, and we have till March 8th to take a position, if you will. But I want to see what's going to happen. And I want to make sure that this decision is the right decision, because the decision that was made twice before wasn't. So I would support CCWD, but aware of the concerns that Supervisor Garamendi has, and aware of the concerns of Supervisor Mills and Supervisor Tofinelli and Supervisor Clapp. I think we need to wait and see what happens on this, and we don't have a lot of time.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Mr. Chair, I do not think that, we're not the water experts. Our water agencies are. I looked at the UMRA motion that they made, and I would like to propose a variation of that that's a little bit more broad. I checked the box that we've taken a look at this. We're thinking about it, but we don't have to come to a firm yay or nay because we're not talking about a specific piece of legislation. It's tough to say we give comments to a study. So I would propose that we say something to the extent that Calaveras Board of Supervisors supports the efforts of the California Natural Resources Agency and the AB 142 study. We encourage the agency to continue to work with stakeholders to finalize the special provisions in the study to achieve the broad stakeholder support that will conclude with the inclusion of the McCalamy River in the Wild and Scenic River System. Almost exactly what UMRA and the water agencies from both sides of the river agreed to just a few days ago. It's benign. It doesn't commit us to anything, but it encourages them to continue to work with our agencies.
Did I hear any comments on that?
I will stand by what I had said in that supporting the water agencies in their study and the provisions that are contained. I would be willing to support those, but without them, there is no support for AB 142.
And I'll have to agree with that.
Well, 142 is already passed, so we're not supporting it. We're not supporting it.
The comments that CCWD made and have through their study with provisions into any legislation being worked into that is what we're looking at supporting. So do you agree to that? Do we have an agreement on that? Should we have a motion? Do I hear a motion?
What is I'll make a motion. Let me see if I can modify this. How about if we say Calaveras Board of Supervisors supports the efforts of the California Natural Resources Agency and the AB 142 study. We encourage the agency to continue to work with stakeholders to finalize the special provisions in the study to achieve broad stakeholder support that will conclude with the inclusion of the McCalamy River Wild and Scenic River System. The inclusion of provisions, special provisions, are essential for ongoing support to the study. I don't know, something like that. Is that where we're going? Unless somebody wants to try to state it different. I'm assuming we want to keep talking and stay at the table, but we're not going to support any legislation.
The comment period ends on March 8th for this study. And I assume that study, once the comment period ends, that it's going to be taken in and all the comments gone over and all the, in consideration. My concern through all of those comments, and I haven't seen all of those comments, I don't know what those comments are. I don't know what's going to be picked and clawed out and thrown in and thrown out or whatever, to be presented and formed into a bill to be presented for legislation. My concerns are, again, in having conversations. You're right, I'm not a water expert, but I do believe that you don't know what's going to come out of legislation in the end. And I do believe if we stand strong with our water agency here and the provisions they're looking to protect our water rights and all the other things that go with that, that we need to get that in that comment and show that we're unified. If it doesn't happen, then there's going to be problems where this water is coming from, the source of it. So that's where I'm at. Supervisor Mills, your light's on.
I can't support the motion.
Supervisor Clapp, any comments? So we had a motion. We don't have a second. Do I hear another motion?
Chair, I'd like to make a motion that we the board, do support the efforts of the water agencies as they go forward to meet the obligations of AB 142 in the study, and that should those provisions that they are bringing forward fail to materialize, that our support will no longer be there for whatever decisions made.
I would second that.
For discussion. We don't know specifically what the language in those provisions are. We have a broad idea. In the presentation, in the study there were 3. In the presentation at UMRA there were 4. I understand there could be as many as 7. So supporting a provision that we don't know what it says, specifically stating provision, supporting a provision we don't know what it says, is that a good idea? 6 of them. So there's 2 that aren't even written down in this thing. So we're supporting something that we don't know what it says. Is that a good idea, or should we keep it broad, general provisions?
Well,
before we put down an ultimatum.
I'm looking at Mr. Metzger, and you can come to the microphone if you'd like, sir, but those 6 provisions were presented to camera. Am I correct, or did I miss something?
There are 6 provisions that the water agencies have put forth in draft form. We're
Right.
working with other stakeholders to refine that language, and those have not been submitted formally to the Natural Resources Agency at this point, because that will go in the form of a comment letter once we've finished refining them. We're trying to find broad-based support for this language from all parties, and that's, again, our strongest position. So we are not going to submit any kind of a comment letter unless it contains provisions that we're comfortable with and that we would come back and recommend to you could be comfortable with. But we're still working on those. So it may be 6, or maybe it will be refined down to 4 or 5. It just depends on what the final negotiations yield.
The ultimate goal, though, should be to support the efforts that all of 4 agencies have done as they continue to ensure the best possible language and the best possible provisions for everybody that's in this decision process. And we, as a board, should do what we can to support you in that. And that failing to give you that support is what I'm most concerned about. So that's why my motion says to support the 4 agencies and what they're doing.
Yeah, certainly, that would be a big help to show that you support us in our efforts, and then we will bring what we finally negotiate back to this board, and you'll see it in our comment letter, and we can discuss it at a later date, and then we'll see what makes it into the final study, and all of that is yet to be determined. We do not know what the final study will say. That's up to the Natural Resources Agency. The best we can do is build a coalition while the comment period is still open, and then put forth a unified comment letter. That's the best chance of getting these provisions into the final study.
Do I need to modify my motion then that you will come back, the agencies will come back before this board for further discussion and further support prior to?
We're happy to come back and provide an update to this board if that would be helpful.
I think it would be.
We would also invite staff to join the process if this board would be interested in that, to be part of the actual negotiations, to make sure that the county land use concerns are addressed as well, and have a seat at that table.
The comment period ends on March 8th. We don't have another meeting until March 13th.
Yeah, it's too late.
So it's going to be too late to bring back for our comments after that, because it'll already be over with. So
My motion stands then, Chair.
your motion stands, your second stands. So I have a motion and a second on the floor. Is there any other comments, discussion?
Guys, I'm glad we're keeping it on the issue of water rights, because I've sat up here for 14 months listening to everybody talk about how we've got to protect the watershed. It's our most valuable thing. And yet, it's okay, we're not there today. We'll have that discussion another day. Could you please restate your motion, Mr. Mills? So I can understand it?
That we would support the efforts of the water agencies and their provisions, and that if those provisions are not included in the final decision with AB 142, that our support would then go away.
Supervisor Clapp, your second.
Yes.
All right, any further discussion? If not, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
Passes 4-1. Moving on, item number 15. Madam Clerk.
Item 15 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution approving modifications to the Sheriff's Management Unit MOU for January 1, 2018 to June 30th, 2019.
Good afternoon, Honorable Board. Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. And what I'm bringing before you today is the Sheriff's Management Unit and County. We've come to an agreement on modifications to the SMU MOU with a term to expire on June 30th, 2019. What I've handed out to you today is we came to a last-minute change on the MOU. This is on Section 4.01. This does not change any of the bargained items. The only change is they wanted the listing of the increases in a different order than what was originally put in the MOU. And so it does not change any of the items bargained. It does not change any of the benefits. And so the modifications in which were agreed on is a 5% equity increase for the position of captain and a 2.5% equity increase for the position of lieutenant, which will be effective on March 3rd, 2018. We have a 2% COLA with a 1% PERS pickup by the employee with an effective date of July 7th, and then an additional 5% equity increase for the position of captain, which is effective September 29th, 2018. So the financial impacts of these changes will be $62,238.07 to the general fund. For fiscal year 2017-18, the impact will be $12,588.
Thank you. Any board comments, questions?
On page 8, you also have some additional red-lined items.
These were all the changes to the MOU. The only difference
What's that?
was Section 4.01. That's the only difference from what was originally in the posted agenda.
Any other questions? Any public comments? Captain Ballard, any comments?
Just say yes.
I do want to thank the SMU bargaining team. They were very good to work with, which included Captain Ballard.
Now, Captain, we're going to be at your place for lunch.
Yeah. Okay. Cell number 14 for him.
Well, I don't want to say anything that Captain Ballard might disagree with, but the taxpayers say the same thing over and over again. We like to pay our employees the amount of money that's needed to attract and retain qualified people. We don't want to pay more than that, and also we don't want to pay less, because when we pay less, we'll take an indirect loss by increased turnover and excessive training costs and probably a lessening of performance in public safety. So, that said, the questions I have, has there been a study done with these recommendations or prior to the negotiated settlement of comparable salaries in other jurisdictions similar to us? And if not, we'd recommend doing that before approving it. If it's been done, then we probably need to have sunshine about that. Also, when talking about increasing a salary 5%, 10%, or whatever, it's a good idea to stay what the salary is that you're increasing, whatever increase you're doing. That way, the taxpayers and the public get a better picture of the amount of money we're paying these people through this negotiated process. Does that make sense? Thank you.
Any other public comments? Okay.
When we started negotiations in March of 2017, we included the Sheriff's Management Unit in our equity study. And the captains were within the 15 to 20% out. And so that's why the captains were included. With the equity increases for sergeant, the sergeants were now bumping against the lieutenants, and so we had to make an adjustment to the lieutenants, or else our sergeants would be making more than our lieutenants.
Okay. Any other board discussion? Questions? Yes?
Any other questions from the board?
No. All right. I'm looking for a motion.
I'll move the item.
A motion by Supervisor Clapp.
I'll second, Mr. Chair.
Second by Supervisor Oliveira. Call for the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 4-0. Lunch at your house, says 5-0. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
5-0. Correction. Now we head to the big one here for the day. You want 5 minutes to set up. The CAO wants 5 minutes to take a poll.
3, no.
3, I hear 3. Do I hear 2?
Come on.
Okay, we'll take a 5 minutes. All right, we're back. Madam Clerk, item number 16. I understand it's a 15-minute item.
Item 16 is from the Administrative Office. To receive the fiscal year 2017-18 mid-year report, to approve the mid-year budget adjustments included in attachments A, B, C, and D requires a 4/5 vote, approve the updated fiscal year 2017-18 designated and special revenue fund appropriations and revenue included in attachment E requires a 4/5 vote, approve the purchase of certain capital assets included in adjustment F, approve the acceptance by Victim Witness Assistance of a new grant award from CalOES in the amount of $112,982 and related budget adjustments as reflected in attachment C requires a 4/5 vote.
Mr. Lutz, your
All right.
presentation?
Well, 15 minutes, I mean, I was going to go on for 3 hours for my presentation. Joking, of course. I will try and be concise and brief as possible for my presentation, which will, for the most part, mirror what was already outlined and discussed within the budget memo. But what I'd like to do is hit on a couple key points and then tee up a discussion if the board would like to go through, basically concluding by talking about the recommendations, if the board wants to walk through each of the recommendations outlined in the attachments or the requests, and then also have a discussion about some general direction and guidance going into the new fiscal year budget. So with that, again, I'll start off. I want to talk about summary of expenditures as of December 31st, 2017, which would be the mid-year point, and then summary of revenues as of December 31st, 2017. Unless I note otherwise, everything here is in the framework of that 6 months. There were 1 or 2 exceptions because of the fluid nature of whatever the particular item is that I felt I can acknowledge where we're at mid-year, but I also wanted to talk about current information as possible to help in the board's decision. Mid-year summary and next fiscal year planning, and then, of course, discussion and consideration and acknowledgements. So moving along, this is a summary snapshot for the general fund, and again, looking mostly here at the general fund for the analysis. You can see the amended budget. Now, amended means that, through the year we took a couple of budget adjustments following the final budget adoption. What I tried to do is pull in what that amended or current budget is, and then also comparing it to our actuals. What that then gives us is the percentage of whichever one of those categories that we're spending. You can see salaries and benefits. We've, based on how we budgeted, we've spent roughly 42.7% of what we budgeted. Services and supplies at 48.1%. And then other charges at 46.5%. Capital asset purchases, 46.8%. Operating transfers out at about 23%, and then contingencies. Right now, it's showing 0. When we move into next fiscal year, I might want to work with the auditor to show a better way to track contingencies. And my case in point, in I believe November, the board actually moved money out of contingency. So we actually did move some contingency, although what's showing in budget is that $1.3 million, because what the board authorizes is basically transferring money from contingencies to the budget that needed the shore up. It's a fine process, but it also misses the fact that we did have to use some contingency funds earlier in the fiscal year. And then reimbursements for services and supplies, tracking about 31.2%. So overall, for our total expenditures within the general fund, based on how we budgeted, we're tracking at mid-year at about 43.8%, which is tracking pretty good at this point. Means that we do have budgetary savings, which is definitely helping on the long term for our fund balance projections. I wanted to show this because it's one thing you see the dollar amounts on these areas and how large those ones are, but I'm a big fan of the pie chart because it can really give you a pretty good summary of just how much salaries and benefits, 48%, services and supplies, 45%. When we're really drilling down and looking at a lot of our expenditures, those are the 2 big areas we're looking at because they, by and far, have the biggest impact on our general fund expenditures. So drilling down, again, salaries and benefits are largest general fund expenditures, then the services and supplies. I would note on services and supplies at $11.8 million at that 48.1% spent versus budget. It's still, in my opinion, tracking okay, and it's not a huge concern. And the reason I say that is $5.38 million of that is related to disaster recovery, which really accounts for about 45.5% of those expenditures. If I were to factor those spending out, we'd be more on track and in line with how we were last fiscal year. What ultimately happened, because we had large activity with the tree removal that was occurring toward the third and fourth quarters of last fiscal year, the 16-17 fiscal year, those invoices rolled into the first and second quarters for this year. So we are recognizing a lot of those expenditures at this point. So when we look at our salaries, we're running approximately $2.18 million in salary savings on the general fund, which again is certainly helping for our cash position. We know historically we seem to have a pretty strong vacancy rate. When we look at where we were at mid-year, we were about 26 positions in the general fund that were not filled. That doesn't include the non-general fund departments, which had another about 28 positions. So within the general fund, though, those 26 positions that are, throughout the departments, although again, quite a few deputy sheriff positions, correctional officer positions that are very heavily general funded positions where we had salary savings in. Additionally, overtime costs running about 43.6% of budget. Although, again, I know overtime costs is something we look closely at. My feeling is, overall it's looking better. We're down about 18.9% over last fiscal year at mid-year, which I think is, hopefully a trend of trying to fill more positions, retain those positions, incur fewer overtime liabilities. So then moving on to summary of the revenues. Again, similar table breaking out where our revenue collection actually has been versus what we budgeted. You can see the biggest ones on there. A lot of the federal and state comes from the disaster recovery that we might be getting through the federal and state government. That's going to comprise a good chunk of those monies. They're also lower because we're still working on getting those invoices in, and we haven't incurred as many expenditures in that area. So I expected those to be low, just based on, like last, I think 2 weeks ago, we received one of the larger invoices from Tetra Tech, which was for the Ganda expenses. That's a large chunk of that contract. We're reviewing it now. We'll be submitting for that. So those are those types of things where we expect a lower amount percentage-wise there. On the tax side, which is your primary general fund piece that funds general operations, you have your taxes, which includes property taxes, sales taxes, transient occupancy taxes. I purposely pulled out the excise tax on that line just because I didn't want it to muddy up the general taxes picture when we're trying to look at both as independent. So you can see our tax collections are coming in about 56.8% of what we budgeted, so higher than budget at this point, and I'll talk a little more about that in a minute. Also, on the excise tax at mid-year, we were at 4.57, which where we budgeted. When we budgeted the excise tax, we budgeted just what we had received at that point with the first installment. assumed no additional revenue collection with the second installment. So that's where you see what we budgeted as the most conservative bet, what we knew, and then reflecting what we actually received at mid-year. Then the licenses, permits, and franchise fees, that line about 40%, 40.9%. We were lagging behind on our PG&E franchise fee, and part of it is we've been going back and forth with them because they were wanting to amend which parts of their infrastructure is over our land, and we asked them to validate some of that data. So I think that's just temporarily held up getting those franchise payments, but I expect those to be coming in the next couple months. Fines, forfeitures, and penalties at about 57% of estimated revenue. And then other big ones, obviously operating transfers in down here. That's where you're seeing operating transfers in from designated funds for certain departments. So, for instance, Sheriff AB 443, AB 109, all of those types of designated funds where the department's bringing in revenue through their transfers. It's not unusual to see it low like that at mid-year because typically we're still looking at what the expenditures are going to be and making sure that we're bringing in the correct amount within those programs. That's where you see a big uptick when you get to third quarter and particularly fourth quarter as close comes in to bridge that gap on the department's needs. So as I mentioned, at the general fund, we're about 43.7% of revenue collection for all funds, so taking into account Health and Human Services, Public Works, other areas, we're at about 42.59% of budgeted revenue. And overall, it's looking strong and tracking along with the expenditures, and also consistent with historical collection cycles. The bulk of our collections occur in the last fiscal year. And I'll tee up when I'm looking at analyzing revenue, I'm really trying to look at where we are in the historical revenue collection cycle, what are the leading indicators, what are they showing, and then what changes have occurred that might modify our assumptions. One of the pieces that I think is really a helpful graph, if nothing else, just to kind of show you where the collections are at, is this is a revenue collection cycle over the last 2.5 fiscal years. The black lines indicate the midpoint, or December 31st mid-year cash or revenue collection. And as you can see from where our historical is, where it meets over here, we're tracking high on what our collection is. But you can also see typically, it's like the iceberg. You have a small slice on this side and then a really large amount of revenue collection on those last 2 quarters of the year. That's when you're bringing in your designated fund transfers. That's when you're getting some of your summertime sales tax that comes in from tourists, the transient occupancy tax. So we feel like we're tracking pretty well relative to other years, doing a good job at collecting some of that upfront revenue where we can. The areas that, of course, we still could improve on is timely, quick invoicing on some of the disaster grants, which we're working on. I also, and this is not in the report, but I thought looking at some of the leading indicators, it was worth mentioning. Looking at our commercial property, new permits, this is these numbers, 13, 14, 14, 15, 15, 16, 16, 17 are showing full fiscal years. So this is showing just halfway through the fiscal year. what I think that's important is if the trend continues, there does seem to be, and certainly a noticeable from the last few fiscal years, an uptick in new commercial construction permits, which of course has the potential good impact on sales tax, jobs, and other things that drive housing.
Those are 4 years?
Those are full years, yeah. This is just half year. And then again, for the additions to buildings at 59, again, seeming to track as a general growth trend. We continue to watch those closely as a leading indicator of what we might be seeing. Also, residential property new permits. I will note that housing seems to be trending a little down, although I'm not certain that's necessarily unusual because of Butte fire recovery. I think when you're looking at, these are new residential permits, your largest one in 16-17. Well, 16 was when you would be having a lot more permits, 17 from recovery from the fire, whereas now we're down to about 50 halfway through the year. If you go back 2 years, just you could start to see we were on a slower growth curve. It shot up, which I would probably say is an anomaly, again, based on probably the number of new residential permits that had to be taken out. When you look at additions to residences, those do seem to be trending a little low. Manufactured homes seem to be trending about where we would expect. So we're continuing to watch the residential housing. Again, my hope is if we start to see more commercial, will drive more demand for housing. Which then factors into, obviously, property taxes on housing. Approximately 48% of our collected revenue comes from those property taxes. Sales and use taxes, approximately 46.5% of our collected revenue. Of the sales and use taxes, 72.5% is from Measure C revenue, and then 27.3% from sales and use taxes. Looking at our sales tax, this is kind of an average trending for when we receive the bulk of our sales tax throughout the year. You can see it ebbs and flows, again, based on when we have more tourists coming in the area. It also is going to be impacted by the season. Hopefully, with all this snow, we'll see more people coming up wanting to ski, which will then start to drive up our good sales tax numbers. What I think is important, though, is sales taxes were tracking at 1.718 on December 31st. Typically around December, we've collected about 53% of the sales tax that we'll get. If the sales tax number holds, the trend continues, we'd expect around $490,000 additional over budget sales tax receipts should the general model hold. Again, these are assumptions, but it's based on where we seem to be trending. Additional benefits beyond the general fund is that it does take some of the pressure off of our subvented departments. It's a funding source for 2011 realignment, 91 realignment, and Proposition 172, which would provide needed growth funds for Health and Human Services, probation, the sheriff, and the district attorney. So sales tax is one that, although in the general fund scheme of things is a little smaller because it's so strong as a funding source in a lot of our subvented departments, I look closely at where we're going on those trends because it has huge impacts on what the general fund needs to put out. Other revenues, again, transient occupancy tax, tracking at 60% of budget at $362,000, which was good news and a kind of about what we expected. We budgeted conservative when we entered into the agreement with Airbnb to be collecting TOT directly, through Airbnb on on those properties that are renting them out. So we expected a bump, but without knowing what it was going to look like, we continued to budget conservatively. And lastly, excise tax or Measure C. As I mentioned before, we budgeted only the remainder of the first installment, which was $2.15 million. As of February 26th, and this is the one spot where I say rather than look at the December 31st number, I wanted to get the remainder of what we felt was the second installment payments. As of February 26th, it was at $7.697 million. My report was a little different because we had collected more from the time that my report was written by about $90,000. So at this point, we're about $5.54 million over budget, or over collected, I should say, on the Measure C excise taxes. A note on disaster recovery and expenditure revenue or reimbursement. It's still coming in. We're about 52% collected for what we were expecting, rolling in for this year. About $2.7 million is outstanding right now, and we're continuing to work closely with Cal OES and FEMA. I will say, in general, we seem to be getting the funds. These are tied to Butte fire recovery, which was not part of FEMA's initial guidance on extensive delays in reimbursement. The winter storms will be a different issue, at least the last indication we had, although we're watching closely with the new 2-year spending bill, that it did provide quite an augmentation to federal disaster relief. So the hope is that we'll start to get money flowing.
Okay. Mr. Lutz, could I interrupt you for a quick second?
Sure.
On this particular item, this 52% collected from disaster, does that include our $6 million plus road repairs from FEMA on the Butte fire?
Road repairs, no.
Okay.
That includes nothing for road repairs because we haven't done any work for road repairs.
Okay.
And that's part of the problem, which brings me to my next point. It's important to note that, one, we are, the way, as we've talked about in the past, the way FEMA operates is we submit projects and get the approval on these projects. Now, we're nearing the appropriation limit of our current set of approved plans. We're working diligently to get new requests submitted and updated, particularly with the contractor Quincy, and that heavily will impact roads. Getting those updated and submitted is absolutely essential. If not, our options then end up putting pressure on the general fund to float the expenses, potentially for a much longer period of time.
Just for clarity, we're talking storm damage is one separate entity and Butte fire is another separate entity for our roads, right?
Yeah, we are talking both. We have some approvals on the winter storms, but in terms of Butte fire roads, that's what we have not gotten any revenue for, and we're running out of the appropriation amount.
Thank you, sir.
So now, moving on, the mid-year summary. Key areas that have impacted the mid-year position at this point, as noted, unanticipated revenues in excess of $6 million. And then also working, the county administrative office, working differently with some of the larger departments, trying to identify ways that we could spot internal savings, and under the guise that my office is more than willing to work with departments, provide support to then bring back to the board adjustments to help those departments basically work within their means. And a prime example, if you have salary savings or you have contract savings, but you need a capital project, let's target those as your one-time funds for this year. Bring it to the board as that request. The important thing is it's not to penalize departments. It's not to go into next year and say, oh, you didn't need it. So therefore, we're going to cut it, as much as let's work to make sure that we're maximizing what dollars we're putting on the table and not coming back creating new problems, draining contingency when we don't necessarily need it. I will particularly call out, I appreciate the Sheriff's Department for really working closely with my office to identify areas that they have savings in their budget, that we could get some key projects done this year using existing general fund dollars that were allocated to them without having to also draw down their designated funds. So I, again, want to really thank the Sheriff's Department for those efforts. We also did have general budgetary savings, as I noted before, and overall a limited draw against general fund contingencies. What that's done is put us in a position where we're estimating a cash carry for the end of the fiscal year of approximately $9 million. In context, I think we went in this year, our initial estimate was 1.5, and then we went to about 3. So it puts us in a better position to then start to look at, from the board's perspective, what are the policy priorities that the board wants to look at? How do we want to manage going into next year? And with that, I would say considerations on the cannabis enforcement program. As outlined in the memo, it's the recommendation that the board consider funding the enforcement program for the next fiscal year. At this point, we're estimating that cost to be around $1.4 million, with about $850,000 of that being sheriff personnel, another $400,000 for services and supplies. And while I want to qualify that services and supplies, it's not a bunch of equipment per se. A lot of that is in contracted services for those coming in doing eradications on site. When we're working with limited numbers of staff and you want to be fast and responsive, it's a blend of sheriff staff, then building code personnel, and then the abatement contracts to come in and actually cut down plants, haul them for us. And then last, $150,000 for building code personnel. Again, another critical component with the enforcement program is making sure that we're providing resources and support to building and code enforcement.
Mr. Lutz, I have a question regarding Captain. Could I have you approach the podium, please?
Captain Jim Macedo, Sheriff's Office.
Captain Macedo, do you agree with these numbers as far as your cannabis enforcement going throughout this fiscal year?
Well, this appears to be a projection, more or less, for costs relating to next fiscal year. What I can tell you is they're relatively close. If the ban continues, it is intent for our intent with the Sheriff's Department to come before the board with a plan moving forward, a comprehensive team-based plan involving code enforcement and environmental health. I did notice environmental health is missing from there, and I think they're going to have to be part of the team moving forward. But I would say, excluding any major unanticipated issues, that this is very much generally in the ballpark of what we're going to need.
Using these numbers, Captain, are you going to lose any bodies?
No, but I would just ask that the board keep in mind that if we do have to lose one, it could trigger our extra hire staff to leave. So the way the county is set up, extra hire personnel, part-time personnel has to leave before any full-time. So there could be a trickle-down effect should somebody have to leave. So in a sense, right now, no.
And we have 4 in the academy now, or 5?
Correct. Separate from this program. Those are patrol-related folks.
4 or 5?
4.
4? Yes. And Hopefully, on the completion of their academy training, they'll revert into the field training program, and their positions are secured.
Correct.
Just want to make sure we're aware of that. Thank you, sir.
To walk away. We're looking at these numbers as though they're an expense. And I said back in January 31st of 2017 that this needs to be a cost recovery, that we need to treat this like an enterprise fund, that whatever it costs you to take it out is what they have to pay us to do it. Whether we get a full cost recovery is another matter, but that's for a different time and place on this board to discuss. But I don't see these in my world as being expenses. I see these as how do we get these to an enterprise fund? How do we get these to a true cost recovery from your side so that you can then build your workforce to do more? So, just a comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you, Jim.
Any other questions on that? No, that's okay. Those are good questions. Additional considerations that were noted in the budget memo, and just as we're going into this next fiscal year and looking at some of the cost constraints, negotiated salary and benefit increases. When going through the bargaining process, we had estimated about $1.53 million to the general fund for those increases. We're working diligently to get our position forecasting together. In fact, I was going to kind of close with a little bit of what we're doing now. So we should have exact numbers shortly, but that's where we're feeling we're generally at this point.
Does that include unfilled positions? The increases to unfilled?
Judy, that's actually a really good question on how we were calculating that.
When I was calculating these out, this is general, because we generally run about 65 vacant positions we have for the back to 2008. And so when I was calculating these out, it was filled positions.
It was filled positions?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you, Judy. Pension liabilities, as I mentioned, on March 27th, we'll be bringing a proposal to the board to consider entering into agreement with PARS to set up a 115 pre-funding account. Although by no means will it solve our pension liability problems, it speaks to some of the broader discussion points that we're really trying to manage what is an issue across the state, and that is the sheer number of unfunded pension liabilities in counties and cities that really have limited control from the PERS standpoint.
And that brings up a conversation that I'd had with you and including Kristen, because hers is a very large department that's not in general fund. And the general fund, non-general fund employees truly being non-general fund employees when it comes to pension. Because we are picking up the difference. The general fund is picking up the difference, and we need to address that going forward. How it's going to be non-general fund employees in whole. So we need to have those discussions.
And I think there's a gap that's created as a result of that. But if we could look at our PERS liability going forward and start to get some true trajectories through 2022 and seeing what it is, I think we'd be in a better position to try to understand it and deal with it.
Agreed, and PERS continues to throw monkey wrenches into the wheels, because with their change of amortization schedule, it again is going to cause us to go back and have to recalculate what our estimates are, and it's probably going to make the projections worse.
Yeah, the Gatsby 75. The point is, Angels Camp is looking at getting out of PERS completely, but the point is, when you do, your existing retirees, you're going to have to backfill their loss as well. And so that getting out is really not an option here for us. I don't want us to think that we could ever afford to do that. but we do need to start finding ways to deal with that trajectory.
There is some momentum, which I think is promising. I think the good news is of something as large as this is you have so many counties that are impacted by this that there is greater push on a legislative solution, including, because this is something that the pension, as the two board members on it know, that the ad hoc committee had discussed is, well, can we start to change our benefit formulas or benefits overall, or have our new employees that we hire on not be in PERS? Some options that start to look at how do we start to address the future, whereas in the past that wasn't possible. There are some preliminary measures that are starting to get floated through the legislature that might provide some traction.
Well, that's promising.
Next, of course, government center maintenance, space planning. As also mentioned, April 10th is when that plan's coming to the board, and discussion about one, our deferred maintenance projects, but then also two, most notably the district attorney's office and how to, what the best option for that department. And then other, just trying to look at what's underutilized, maximize space utilization. And so that'll be coming forward to the board for consideration. And then continuing to look at the cost pressures in HHSA, primarily with IHSS at this point, based on changes a couple years ago to the MOE. We know that that's going to continue, the sunset continues to unwind, and that's going to be a cost back to HHSA that at some point it's being forced to reduce services, or the county provide additional general fund to support the IHSS MOE. So those are all what I will call the big dollar amount considerations that we're looking at going into the next fiscal year. And then those in mind also sets the framework of obviously wanting to limit growth and projects in other spots at this point, because we do have some very large key liabilities on the horizon that we need to address. So what I was planning to do then is wrap up this part of the presentation, allow the board to go through the attachments if they would like to go through either one by one, or if they want to select certain ones that were included in the agenda item. I'd be happy to provide information or do that discussion in the interest of wanting to provide what the board would like to see. I can go either way, and I'm kind of looking to the chair or other board members if you have a preference on how you'd like to address the item.
Chair, I'd like to have 5 minutes, please.
You'd like to have 5 minutes? We need to take a 5-minute break. We are on. Mr. Lutz.
All right. So in conclusion, what the administrative office is asking of the board for mid-year action items is to receive the fiscal year 2017-18 mid-year report, approve the mid-year budget adjustments included in attachments A, B, C, and D, which requires a 4/5 vote. I would also add, and the board and public has a copy of an addendum 1 that was something that we missed on the district attorney that we did go ahead and add, that does request a transfer from contingency. So that is included in addendum 1. Approve the updated fiscal year 2017-18 designated special revenue fund appropriations and revenue included in attachment E, also requiring a 4/5 vote. Approve the purchase of certain capital assets included in the adjustment. And I should say, I noticed it says adjustment F. I was correcting to, it should have said attachment F. And then approve the acceptance by Victim Witness Assistance of a new grant award from Cal OES in the amount of $112,982 and related budget adjustments as reflected in Attachment C, also requiring 4/5 vote.
Any board comments? Supervisor Mills, your light is on.
I would say that the number of mid-year adjustments that are here, based on our size of budget, great job for everybody. I think they went over and above. I've seen a whole lot worse. And to see it in this kind of detail and to know it's as minor as it is, it speaks a lot to how well your office and how well the rest of the staff is working to keep this in alignment. And I sincerely appreciate it. So, the other thing I wanted to ask about is, are there any departments that we're loaning money out of the general fund to kind of backfill or keep them in a, and maybe the question is, so how much?
In general, anywhere you have grants, you are going to loan, there's going to be a gap between when you get payment on the grant and when you get receipts of the grant funds and actually incur the expense. That being said, the transit program, as we discussed at, I believe, last board meeting, is at this point, the general fund loan is in excess of about $500,000. Where I had asked if Mr. Krovitz might pop up, but he did not. The issue being able to get a successful invoice passed, that conforms with what the budget is adopted. Mid-year was supposed to be making those adjustments. A call that I had to step out on says that there might still be a discrepancy from what was supposed to be in the mid-year documents and what transit is showing, which my concern is if this creates further delays. Once I'm done with this, I'll be sitting down to try and figure out what the challenger issue is. So to answer your question, it does occur, as a general practice, but usually with a view of fairly quick revenue turnaround. The exceptions obviously being disaster recovery, which we know just by the unique circumstances, and then the transit program.
I certainly don't want to go into the end of the year having to loan $1 million to transit to offset their account so that we can get it transferred over to the JPA. That would be very difficult to swallow. So I trust everybody's going to get together and work on getting this issue corrected so we don't continue to float now $500,000 plus month over month over month when it's a very simple fix for those that are involved.
Any other board comments? No? If not, I'll open it for public comment. Any public comment? Any staff comment?
Thank you, sir. I have some really dumb questions, but I want to find out. When you go back to page 5 and it's talking mid-year summary, and it says estimated cash carry $9 million. What is cash carry? Is that money left over? Is that money extra, unspoken for? What's cash carry?
So in general, cash carry is when you budget, particularly when you have a large budget. Obviously, you plan for the worst in the case of maximum expenditures and least amount of revenue. When unexpected things happen, like you get additional revenue that you didn't budget for, or expenses don't occur as you would have expected, the general fund carries what is kind of an account balance. So when a good example would be a checking account. We have a general fund reserve account that's like a savings account, but then our general fund can be looked at like a checking account where you have X dollars in it, you're writing checks throughout the year, you're getting payments, but at the end of the year, what your balance is in that account becomes a fund balance. What we then do, basically leftover money that was not used in this fiscal year. What we then do is carry that over into the next budget year, which is then rebudgeted to be used in operations for the next fiscal year.
And is that something that happens every year? There's a cash carry that is carried over from one year to the, is this something that usually happens?
It is. It's a very common practice. Most of the funds have a cash carry. If you don't have a cash carry, that means you're literally operating very close to, to having to pull in some of like your general fund, your savings account to make up for your operations.
Now, I notice it said mid-year, so that's up until June. Up until January.
Up until December 31st.
So then when we get down to the June time, is there still a cash carry at that point?
This is the projection for June.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then I'm pulling this and moving it over to the cost pressures in IHSS. And is that something that would affect this cash carry if what we're anticipating with IHSS happens and you guys get the bulk of the responsibility?
Go ahead.
The cash carry on that IHSS piece, it wouldn't impact this year's cash carry. That's more of a point for next fiscal year. That looking at as we enter into budget development and the board is looking at policy for how those general funds need to be allocated. Those are considerations for them.
Okay, and at the halftime, in January it was $9 million. What do we?
Okay.
What do we anticipate?
One last question. That's it.
Okay. What do we anticipate for at the end of the year? It says $9 million here. What would we anticipate would be the amount in June?
That is what we anticipate in June. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. I allowed that because he took up some of your time lengthy trying to, instead of waiting till you had all your questions and then answering. So.
I'm glad you were fair to Bonnie. Al Segala Taxpayer Association. Looks like we have some main things are happening. One, we don't have the emergence that we had before. And the other thing is we have some changes in policy regarding cannabis. And as I understand it, we passed a ban ordinance that will go in effect within the next few months, I think, unless it's changed. And so that has financial effect on the county. I understand we've collected money from the registration process, some of which is a tax and some of which is registration fees. So I understand that the fees we collected need to be returned if they're not allowed to be registered anymore. But the tax that we collected, we get to keep. Also, the money that was set aside for cannabis suppression would dry up because there's nobody to tax you killed them. So my question is, what effect does this budget have, considering the changes brought about cannabis, assume that the ban goes through? Is that an easy question? No? In other words, do we have money because of the cash carry and because of the lesser expenditures that we have mid-year to be able to be okay financially or not?
I'll let the CAO answer.
So I think I got the pieces that you were asking, because at first you start off with the with the cannabis registration fee, I want to make it clear that that is not included in the cash carry projection.
Okay.
That obviously, any remaining funds within that account would need to be returned.
Okay.
So that does not factor that at all. When we talked about the enforcement piece, those were general fund dollars, or in this case, we were tagging it to what was the Measure C monies that would be helping to fund those eradication efforts. In terms of what effect the program has, what we've been working very diligently to do is look at ways where, as Judy Hawkins mentioned in a prior item, we typically run between 60 and 70 vacant positions in the county. A number of those that are anticipated to be filled but just aren't. Right. Working to try and identify ways to move, any staff that could be potentially laid off or impacted into those funded positions. The goal is not to be in any layoff situation. If anything, we do have some extra hire positions that are linked to cannabis, and we also have limited term positions, but neither of those have vested job rights.
I see. Okay, so basically, we're okay financially.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other public comments?
Is there any projection on the asset forfeiture in this budget? Is there any, I know with the cannabis, I know it's cannabis, but if I grow cannabis and I get busted and you take my home and you take my assets, is that included at all in a projection for this money coming?
Okay, can you ask, is that the only question you have?
Yes, that's it.
Okay, that's the only question then.
That's it.
You want to answer that?
No, and that's I'm looking back to Captain Macedo. That's a really sticky wicket that we weren't even putting any projections in at this point. Maybe if you want to illuminate the issue a little more.
I'll be brief because I know it's late. No, that is not, that was not anticipated or projected or built into this budget. There is a civil court proceeding that has to occur as it relates to asset seizure and asset forfeiture. We do not know at what point in time those civil proceedings will become complete. Once we have an anticipated arrival of the money, then we would certainly place those into a designated fund, specifically titled for asset forfeiture and seizure, because those funds are restricted. I can tell you we have seized assets over this last fiscal year, but with no guarantee that the civil court proceeding would be directly brought back into our favor, that it would be kind of very risky to project and build your budget based upon that. But we are seizing property, cash, and assets, and we hopefully will have a beneficial result as we proceed with each individual case.
Captain, is there any reason why you had your hand on your gun while you were speaking there?
Force of bad habit.
Okay. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Board comments, questions, deliberations, motions?
Chair, is staff wanting us to do these individually?
I would think it would be best to tackle them individually, yes. Call for a motion for each one, discussion on each one.
Do you want to clarify, is it? Okay. Yeah, I was going to say, is your preference that it be one item?
Would you preference that we do it all at one, do all 5 items in the motion?
Well,
unless we single one out, I guess we can do it, unless we want to single one particular one out, we can take a motion for all 5 items.
the point is, the way the agenda is written, all 5 items are in that single agenda item.
Well, they are.
But if somebody wants to,
If somebody wants to pull one out, then we can do it that way. If you want to pull 2 out, 3 out, or whatever.
Okay.
Because you want to make adjustments on it. But if we're in agreement to all 5 in the way they're written. Mr. Alvera, your light's on?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I notice we have a number of department heads here, and I'm wondering, Is there any comments from any individual representing our departments that we haven't heard that would like to be heard? Okay.
Good afternoon, Kathy Howell, Victim Services. I was noticing the 112,982 number that's up on the board. In actual, we have a budget that has been approved, or a approved number amount of 180,943. That number is actually from our performance period beginning October 1st, 2017, and it goes until September 30th, 2018. So I believe that the projected number of 112,982 is actually for the 3 quarters. I'm hoping that we won't have to come in front of the board again in order to have the full amount of 180,943 approved.
You are correct that it was factoring for the fiscal year. Obviously, you'd be rebudgeting whatever the remainder piece is for that last part of the performance period.
Okay, so will we need to come back in order to have the...
That'll be built into your new year budget submission.
Perfect. Thank you.
Any other staff? No?
I'm satisfied, Mr. Chair.
Satisfied? Okay, well, your light was on, fine.
No, I'm just...
Supervisor Garamendi, do you have questions, comments?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
All right.
Make a motion that we accept and approve items 1 through 5 on mid-year budget.
I have a motion by Supervisor Garamendi. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by,
Sorry.
second by Supervisor Mills. Is there any other discussion on this? See now, I'll call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0. Is that good, Madam Clerk?
And if I could just say, I wanted to acknowledge, again, the board, county administrative office staff, the auditor, human resources, and the department heads. It was changing processes has been, it's always a challenge, and everybody responded really well, asked to do forecasts that in the past they hadn't been pulling together, but the forecasts are a helpful process to start to look at how departments project outward. I also, want to acknowledge and thank the board in December when they approved the purchase of OpenGov, because you might have noticed some of the, particularly in the report, some different look of some of the graphs. We have been in a test environment with OpenGov, and because we had validated the data and knew that it was good, I was able to utilize some of the features within OpenGov to look at reports and run information in real time, really quickly, and compare multiple fiscal years, break it down by departments. Once we go live, I'll be bringing back a presentation to the board to showcase the system, and then start to also roll it out so that board members can go in and get real-time information on how expenditures are looking. It's a wonderful tool, and I really appreciate the board taking the risk on another system implementation, where I think ultimately this will be a very successful implementation, and I'm looking forward to it.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Oh, I was just getting ready for the next part of the conversation. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
What's next?
I see Rebecca, our auditor, just stepped in the room. I had some conversations with her yesterday. Rebecca, can you step up? And I think it's important to go over a couple things. Can you tell us the balance of the teeter funds as of today? I'm sorry if
I know.
But you tell me
Well,
yesterday
because we're in the process of making additional transfers, so I think it's. Do you know out off the top of your head? I think it's seven. It's about 7.
6.8.
Yeah, it's close to 7.
6.8, but you're making transfers in.
We're making transfers out.
Out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which is the, if you recall, regardless of anything, there is an annual fixed allocation into the general fund from Teeter, and that, I thought we changed it last year for the $500,000.
Yeah, the $500,000, which was processed, I think, on Friday, or at least going through
It's
on
in the,
Friday.
yeah,
So it's not reflected, and that went into contingencies.
No, it went into general operations.
General
It's what we do every year for
Okay.
budgeting.
So, and that's not reflected here because it just happened.
Right.
Correct, yeah.
And-
And in our conversation yesterday, this is the first year in a number of years that you have not had to go into teeter funds to pay the bills. We've come out of general funds to do so. So I think that's
Yes,
pretty good. That's a good thing.
yeah, so I mean, just kind of following up, it's been hard listening over there because it kind of cuts in and cuts out, but just to kind of follow up what Tim was saying, we do have a substantial cash carry. We're looking at a substantial fund balance that we'll be carrying over, and I think what that offers us is some breathing room in order to talk about what we're going to do with the pension stabilization. I think it gives us the opportunity to have some discussions about some stable revenue that we can count on as a county that isn't based on any sort of volatility. Because right now we're dealing with a lot of volatile revenue, whether it's grants or cannabis or property valuations. It's sales tax, it's all just been very volatile. And every time we come to the board, we say, well, we're not entirely sure what's happening. We got to wait until, this one more thing gets through. So I think that this kind of gives us some breathing room, some time that we can sit here and collectively strategize about how we're going to move forward, how we're going to do things better. I'm really excited about I think that Tim and I just completely geeked out about the budget software because we could see things that we know from looking at our financial reports, but it was really hard to get others to be able to see that from a pictorial process. So that was really exciting. So I'm really excited for that budget software as well. I've been over in my office validating position allocation costs so we can get that included with the next budget. But I'm pleasantly surprised, and I feel like we have a little bit of a breather. So
Thank you.
And that will go live when?
Did you want to say something?
We are trying. It seems like we meet every 3 days. So we are going to try to get this at all possible. We're going to try to get this out to departments to actually start getting departments trained the week of the 12th. So I think it's March 14th.
I think March 14th is the day that we've designated for departments for training. As Rebecca said, we're meeting probably 2-3 times a week, sometimes with the OpenGov team, sometimes internally. And the progress has actually gone along faster than I would have expected, which has been nice. As Rebecca said, right now the biggest piece is getting the personnel numbers right. And her office was validating it, and then I had asked my office to start doing some spot checking to make sure that it was projecting the way that we would expect, because that's going to drive so much of what departments are doing.
So if there's some functionality in building of next year's budget, by the time you go live on next year's budget, everybody will be on board and rolling in real time with it, which will make it substantially easier because they've worked the numbers coming up to it.
Yes.
So
Can I
that's
interrupt
good
for a
timing.
second and suggest
Yeah,
that
we're
we
in an
reopen
agenda
the
item.
item because there was already a vote, and so all it takes is a motion and a vote to reopen the item for further discussion. Give everybody one more shot at public comment.
Okay, so do we want to reopen for conversation?
I make a motion to reopen for conversation.
I would second it.
Do you have a motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, that's satisfied? No. 4-1, sorry.
Two.
4-2, 3-2.
I'm sorry, can you please clarify? Supervisor Garamendi made the motion, and who made the second? Thank you.
And I took the vote, it was 3-4, and
3-2.
Supervisor Mills, your light's on, are you? No. Supervisor Garamendi?
No, I'm just continuing the conversation. I'm just trying to deal with the whole concept of Rebecca and Tim geeking out over the software.
I was going to say, it really was. Like, literally, I am
It's just a party you
emailing
don't
back
wanna
and
miss.
forth on the day that we were both digging into it and pulling information, and it was kind of a geek out fest.
You guys are a couple wild, crazy folks.
So as I understand it, we have new software?
We will, yes. We're in process of implementing.
Okay. At least I have a starting point now.
And it's real time, which means when it's up and running, it'll be like a dashboard. You can literally look at it in real
You're going to have to
time.
invite a dentist to the next party. Looks like you feel like you got left out.
Yeah, I'm feeling left out.
Okay, so we have any public comment on the Teeter Fund and Rebecca's statements? Anything at all? Mr. Segalia.
Al Segala, Taxpayer Association. There's one thing that wasn't mentioned, and probably it's proper that it wasn't, but I noticed my PG&E bill went up, and I'm thinking that maybe they're preparing for paying the county some money, and I wonder, what is the scope of that money that's anticipated? I think that we've launched a lawsuit, which probably has a particular amount to it, and it'd be good to know what that amount is and what effect that would have on the budget. Thank you.
And at this point, because we're in pending litigation, we really aren't able to discuss what's been put on the table. We have a confidentiality statement. None of those monies are factored into this budget, though.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to take on some of these considerations that CAO Lutz put into our memo today, because I think that some of them, when we talk about cannabis enforcement, and I think we could all see, we had a $7.5 million hole last year. We collected this revenue. We've done well in containing our expenses. Our revenue from sales tax is going up, which puts us in a good position. Property taxes.
A lot of things are going.
Yeah, things are going in the right direction for us, but we also have to talk about, this faucet is going to turn off for a big chunk of this money. But I want to talk about, I know you need to do some planning, Mr. Lutz, on what we're going to do next year for our budget, because we have people whose jobs are at stake here. And, it would seem to me that, and I would seek counsel of this board, that we can afford to implement the entire cannabis program again. Not the planning, not the putting forward the applications, but certainly the code enforcement, which does have a very important role, since most of this is civil. The Sheriff's Department, because there are bad guys running up there. And we have, when we look at the budget and you say we got $1.5 million in increased salary costs that go into this roughly. And then we got roughly $1.5 million in cost to continue the cannabis program to ensure the safety of our citizens over the summer and fall. And we're looking at $9 million. We're at $6 million. So we get close to having enough to cover our structural shortfall, as we guess it will be, and maintain the safety and welfare of our citizens. And I wanted to see what the board thought about. Can we continue this going forward and make sure that we provide the safety for our citizens? The irony of it is we're going to do it with cannabis taxes, but at the same time, our priority needs to be keeping the program intact, the MET team, and code enforcement, and associated functions.
Supervisor Mills.
I think there was more positive than just a cannabis tax, but as I said before, I'd like to see us develop some type of an enterprise fund type of operation here for these enforcement activities. I think we took a good step with environmental health, of saying if you forget to get a permit or try to hide from getting a permit, it's going to cost you double now. That was a good step. And I think we need to go after people, and whatever it costs for us to be bringing them into alignment, that's what they're going to end up paying for. It isn't something that we should be looking at as an expense. It should be a zero-sum game. And I'd like to see it as a separate agenda item that we discuss how we're going to do that. And it might even require a nexus study of some type to be sure that our costs are equal. So,
if I could just make one thing. I understand what you're saying, Supervisor Mills, and certainly with things like code enforcement, we put these civil penalties, but law enforcement, in my opinion, is different. If we take a look at law enforcement as a revenue-generating activity, I think that betrays a lot of trust that citizens have. Everybody's always worried that CHP is not getting their quota of tickets. That is not the case, but it puts them in a bad position. So I think that we have to look at law enforcement as one pile of money where we have to enforce our laws. And we have to look at civil enforcement under code as a place where we could take on those. Are we getting our cost recovery? How are we going about the liens? But I think we have to keep them separate for several reasons. And I hope we can do that. But I think we should focus. We should fund both. And I think that you're correct that there are other good things happening in there in the budget, but they don't equal the magnitude of where the cannabis dollars are. And we should also keep in mind, this puts us in good shape for 18-19. Now, no one likes to hear, what about 19-20? But it will come down the pipe eventually. And we have to figure out how we make up that delta.
And I like the idea. I mean, I really do, that we, somewhere between now and the beginning of the budget year, that this board does sit down and have those kind of policy discussions about how we want to tangle with this. So it's going to be an important issue. Otherwise, there will be continue to be a drain on reserves as we don't truly recover in places we should be. So I think that Public Works is doing a great job in getting their Nexus study completed. I don't know when. I think not Public Works. I'm sorry, Building Department. I don't know exactly where they are in getting that completed, but you know that's all part of it. And you couple that with the Track It program that they're working, all of that will help to benefit us in the longer term. But I think we need to have that decision and policy made before we get into the actual budget for next year. So we have a clear understanding of what do we want to expend and what are we hoping to accomplish with expending it. So it isn't just the money; it's what are we trying to get done. I appreciate that.
I think we have to do that sooner than later. We have people whose jobs are hanging in the balance, and we actually have a very skilled workforce in this that is going to be in demand. So we want to retain our skills that we've spent blood, sweat, and tears earning over the last 2 years and keep them going. They know their stuff. And when I run into other supervisors in other counties, they go, oh, we can't wait to get those skills. So let's keep them here.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Just one quick question for clarification. Mr. Chair, you stated that we're able to establish this budget without any contribution from the Teeter Fund, right?
No, that the auditor hasn't been using, as she has in the past several years, Teeter funds to pay bills. She's been using the contingency general fund contingency to pay bills.
Okay, so I just want to make sure.
To pay the bills as otherwise she would have been doing in the past.
I was confused. I thought we used $3 million of tax Measure C money to balance the budget, and I'm kind of going, wow, was I wrong on that or what?
No, she has not. Normally, in the past several years, she's had to dip into Teeter to pay for cash to pay fund.
That's all I had.
Yes, if you recall, over the last several years, all through the recession, we have had to use Teeter as a stopgap measure because our revenues were less than our expenditures.
Absolutely.
So we have kind of turned a temporary coin in that we are not having to rely on Teeter in order to be used as a stopgap.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more other item I'd hope we could take up as a board. We have some cash now. We've had, last fall we were worried that we didn't have the cash flow to start some of these major projects. Butte Fire Recovery Roads, some of these trees, we're going to get reimbursed, but we have to put the money forward. Now, I would hope that perhaps the CAO and the controller can figure out how much money do we need to have in what is in essence a revolving fund to get these construction projects going and then have them refilled by FEMA and OES going, or PG&E hopefully down the road. But we have to get the work started. And now that we've got, and we'll refill that bucket, but right now we need to get the work moving. And I'm sure there are other things like that too. This is an opportunity that we need to be very cautious about and wise with.
So your recommendation is that we start to think now about what kind of reserves that we want to hold back for a specific, and create those buffers now rather than deal with it when it hits us.
Right. If we give out that, if we start spending money now, we won't have that. So I would like to propose that we take a certain buffer, whatever that we feel we can. We set that aside because it's not just today. The way our cash flows go, they're always coming in weird. So this can kind of give us that fund, that enterprise, that we could get these projects going, hold that money aside. If things go south in 1920, that's still there. We can still go use it if we need to. 2020. Then we could deal with it then. But I want to have that discussion about what you guys said. So I have two things that I'm hoping we could bring back to the board. One, how we're going to maintain safety and security and continue the cannabis program. And then two, how we get these construction projects going without, you need a little cash to make a little cash.
Exactly. I mean, I would love to get our district attorney out of the travel trailers, just as an idea, but that's just one of a larger scope of what we want to talk about. So I think we need to be very fiscally conservative and continue down that track.
I'll absolutely agree with that.
And I think that our CAO and the staff is doing a great job of lining up with that. So I don't see it as a real difficult lift, but as long as we show fiscal conservancy in what we do, I think that they will follow our lead.
I agree. So
That's it.
we could talk about it or bring it back, or I don't know what the process is, bring it back.
Let's bring it back. Let's agendize it, bring it back, and have these discussions. And it'll be beneficial to have these discussions before June when we go into our next year's budget. At least we have these conversations going forward, and it'll give you better enlightenment when we go to the budget in June for next year.
Yeah, my thinking is March 27th is a possibility, but in some respects, April 10th might be better because that's also when we're going to have the space plan. And I say that's relevant because we do have a recommendation together for the district attorney, and I think it might provide a nexus within that discussion.
Is that tax day also? Huh.
Yeah.
It kind of all fits in then.
I think that's a good idea.
Okay, April 10th. Okay. All right. Moving on, Madam Clerk, item number 17.
Item 17 is from Human Resources to adopt a resolution authorizing changes to the position control list for fiscal year 2017-18 mid-year budget adjustments effective March 3rd, 2018.
Judy Hawkins, Human Resources and Risk Director. So to go along with the budget that you have approved, I'm bringing to you the position control list. And so the positions that go along with the budget, we have in information technology, we are adding a business analyst 3 to manage and perform the duties associated with the implementation and maintenance of the new Track-It system. For public access TV, we currently have a part-time administrative assistant 1-2, and it was recently brought to our attention that this classification is insufficient for the duties that are being performed, so we're asking to make that position full-time. And then also in the review, we are reclassifying that position as a access programming coordinator. We are also doing a new job description for the station manager. In the Auditor Controller's Office, as we have been discussing, we are restructuring her accounting technicians, and we are creating the County Fiscal Assistants 1-2 series. And then we are also taking the accountant auditor positions and creating a 1-2 series with those positions. In the District Attorney's Office, as part of negotiations with CCPSEA, we are restructuring the deputy district attorneys and taking the 1-2 and making a 1-2-3-4 series, which is consistent with other counties. And then with changing that series, we will also have to adjust the deputy DA position to be in line. And for Health and Human Services, they have requested a reclassification to, since they identified a significant change in duty and responsibilities. So upon review of the request, it was found that the employee's duties have changed significantly, and the changes were found to be an essential part of the small department. And this was for the first 5, and we are reclassifying an account technician 4 to an administrative assistant 1, 2. And so in behavioral health, it's been requested a reclassification of their supervising case manager to a clinician. And the agency director and deputy director have identified a need for specialized direct services involving integrated dual diagnosis treatment, IDDT, within the adult system of care. The employee in this reclassification holds a state licensure and has extensive knowledge in the IDDT program. This position will be responsible for the most intensive 10% of the CCBHS client population. It's critical that the agency have a skilled clinician in this program. In our library services, we have the Friends of the Library that was kind enough to fund a limited term library branch assistant 2 to perform typical duties assigned to this classification, fill in at all branches throughout the county as needed, and provide outreach programming for children 6 to 12 years of age, emphasizing science, technology, engineering, art, and math, also known as STREAM learning. This assignment is for a period of 1 year to commence on April 2018. In our probation department, we are adding a probation officer due to a new program, which is the pre-trial program. So Calaveras County's pretrial program will begin February 20th, 2018. This program will require the skill of a seasoned deputy probation officer. As such, they will be utilizing an experienced employee for this program and will require a new deputy probation officer. This position is not an option. We are required to add this. In our Public Works Department, as a condition of bargaining, we agreed to review our mechanics and create a series. Instead of having a mechanic and a lead mechanic, we now have a mechanic 1, 2, 3 series. And then we also are taking we have a lead mechanic position that has been underfilled for quite some time by a mechanic's helper, so we are permanently making that position a mechanic's helper. We are also taking, as part of that change in classification, we have a mechanic that works on the sheriff's automobiles, and so we will be creating a classification specific to the sheriff's mechanic. And we are also reclassifying the Marine Safety Officer and Marine Safety Sergeant specific titles to Deputy Sheriff 1, 2 and Sheriff Sergeant. They no longer will have Marine Safety tied to them. And then the Sheriff's Department has requested position 3507, Deputy Sheriff 1, 2, be deleted due to the position being funded by the ADA JAG grant, and that has expired as of 12/31/2017, and this position has been vacant for some time. And as for financing for all these positions, you have they were part of the budget that you just approved.
Any questions, discussion? No, Supervisor Mills, your light was on first. You beat him to the punch.
I'll let you go.
Go ahead.
Well, I just really have a problem with the state telling us we have to fill a position, but they don't give you this. It's an unfunded mandate. I mean, good grief. At what point do they say it's all unfunded mandates?
Get used to them.
Yeah, it's a long list, so I just want to go on record as objecting to the state deciding that we're forced to do an unfunded mandate again.
We are it is the hope of the probation department that in the future this will be a funded position.
Yeah, okay.
Ms. Hawkins, thank you very much. As usual, you are providing most excellent service to our county. One quick question. I understand it's all been budgeted. The restructuring of the departments you've mentioned before. Were we aware of this before we budgeted, or was this coming on, or is this something that has been brought recently within the last 60 days as far as restructuring? It's the first I've heard of these different departments restructuring.
The discussions have been going on for some time regarding the mechanics series restructuring.
I understand that.
Discussion was going on before I even
I understand that was part of the negotiations.
The DA restructuring, that discussion's been going on for several months now. So it's...
Is this the first time it's brought before the board?
Yes.
I recall it came up, I believe, in September after the final budget was passed. It then did come up through negotiations where CCPSEA was going to be asking for those positions to have equity increases. We instead felt that it would be better to look at it more holistically of, we know we needed, it's more than just the 1-2, we needed to identify a series within the district attorney's office. And similar with the auditor's office, there were some concerns raised by staff just on the flatness of the organization and differentiation of duties. We had a grievance that was filed that ultimately, rather than continue to pursue the grievance, we would go through the administrative process, review it, and then bring something to the board for consideration for the auditor's office.
We also did a full study on the deputy DA positions and compared them to how other counties were structured, and also pay structure. And then we brought forward a structure that was in line with other counties.
And that information was used in forming our budget, correct?
Yeah.
Yes. And the CAO was involved in all of the discussions.
Okay, thank you.
Any other board questions, comments? If not, I'll open it for public. Any public comments? No? The three of them are shaking their head no. Okay, we'll bring it back to the board. Looking for a motion.
So moved.
I have a motion by Supervisor Mills.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Garamendi. Call for a vote. All in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk.
Supervisor announcements. In compliance with AB 1234, chaptered as Government Code Section 53232.3D, board members shall provide brief reports on meetings they attended at the expense of the local agency at the next regular meeting of the legislative body. This report is required to include meetings attended for which there has been expense reimbursement, mileage, meals, lodging, etc., but may also, at the board member's discretion, include any other meeting attended by the supervisor on behalf of the county.
Let's start with Supervisor Clapp that is reading his paycheck, I guess.
I have nothing to report out on. I've been in bed the last 4 days.
This end of the diocese is glad that you're down there. Supervisor Mills.
Yes, I would like to report on February 20th, the Angel City Council voted 4-1 to join us with the JPA. So it's a done deal, and now it just goes to COG for their final vote. Also, Calaveras County Legal Affairs Committee, I went to their meeting just to get updated on what's been going on there. One of the most disconcerting ones is AB 401 DOD, Low Income Water Rate Assistance Program. Think of a water tax. And they're going to have the water districts collect the tax, and pay it to Sacramento. And that's only the beginning, so I just want you to be aware of it. Also, CCWD is asking for a position of support from Calaveras and Tuolumne counties on the WIN Act. That's the Watershed Infrastructure Improvements for the Nation Act that was signed by President Obama as his closing days in office. And they are in the process of completing their response, and it is required. It will allow storage at no Maloney's for CCWD. So it will be something I'd like to see on the agenda, that we offer up some support. If you get a hold of Joel or Dave Edgerton on that, I think it'd be a big plus to have that in our agenda. That's all I have.
Supervisor Oliveira.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Real basically, I attended the CTE Career Fair at Bret Harte High School. What a great event. I mean, I think they had over 80 exhibitors there. Had high school students from Bret Harte and Calaveras. I understand that was the first. Some good workshops, some good presenters, very good program, very successful. Glad to be part of that with Paul DeBarlo and our school superintendents. Thank you.
Supervisor Garamendi.
Mr. Chair, I have no meetings I'm required to report.
Okay. And both of my meetings that I had scheduled for this week, yesterday and last week, were both canceled, so I have nothing to report. Staff, any comments? Diane? I do have one thing to bring up, though. I went to lunch today with Supervisor Clapp and walked in, and Karen Varney and Carol Gates were having lunch there, and ran into them, and I haven't seen neither one of them for a long time. And it was very nice to see them and have a little conversation with them. I thought maybe yeah. So they're doing well. They're both doing well. So, Karen Varney is a former county clerk, and Carol was the former board clerk. I don't want to say how long ago, but it's been a while ago, so we'll leave it at that.
I was here the day that I took over.
You what?
I was here the day that I took over.
Were you?
Yeah, like I said, I always remember names because my sister's names that I had.
I don't know. With that, we are adjourned.